Your audio should be.
Alrighty, we are live. Hey everybody.
Morning.
Good to see you. Good to see you. We're ready. We got 10 minutes, but all the early birds are on.
Yeah.
So
When I have Zooms and stuff, meetings, I literally wait till the time the meeting's at. So if any of you have been on with me, you know that. If the meeting's at 1 p.m., I'm signing in at 1
you're
p.m.
like 12:59,
Yeah,
30,
no,
29, 28, and
Yep,
join.
Yep. I use every minute up
Yeah.
until that meeting to do what I need to do.
Yeah.
I don't
No
know
one
why I
likes
like
to.
that.
No one likes to jump on like a big group Zoom meeting, and then it's just
Just
you
kinda
and one
sitting there.
person. You're like,
Yeah,
hey.
sorry, guys.
Yeah.
But it's true, I won't do it.
Well, we got some early birds in the group here. If you guys are with us, write in the chat where you're from, what church you're at. We'd love to hear from you guys and shout you out a little bit. So far, Christy Gardner sent from Hornell. They're excited to be here for another year with us, and
Yay.
we've also got Calvary AG, Ozone Park, who's with
Awesome.
us.
Fabulous.
So,
Welcome.
yeah, I know this is our biggest sign up year. Biggest sign up to date, so we're gonna have a lot of churches. So we'd love to hear where you guys are from, and where you're at. Christy said she loves to be 10 minutes early.
Go girl.
If you're not 10 minutes early, you're late. She
Oh, come on. I'm sorry.
said. So
You can ask Amanda about it because she's been in some of my meetings. She knows I don't start it till it's right on time.
welcome, Mark.
Hello. I was just hiding in my corner trying to get everything to work this morning, and success!
Success.
So here we are.
Yes.
Sorry, I was not 10 minutes late. I just showed up in the camera late.
Yeah. Actually, you were the first one here.
That's
this
true.
morning, so.
That's true.
Fair enough.
Well, let us know, guys, where you're at, where you're from. We're excited. Hopefully, you're getting everything. Anybody have any good breakfast? I didn't eat breakfast today.
I was actually hoping you would bring it in for me, other than just a coffee. But I was thankful for the coffee. I guess.
Yeah.
Just risking my life to get here in -4 degrees weather.
That's true. It was a little rough out there. This
Come on.
Actually, I was worried that my window wouldn't go down through the drive-thru, and I can't be that guy that has to pull forward, open the door to get my 4 sausage, bagel, and cheese biscuits and drive away. They talk about that guy after he pulls away. I wasn't going to be him today.
Yeah, I did go to Starbucks drive-thru, and as my window went down and all the ice just fell into my car, I was like, oh, that was fun.
Nice.
So, and my windshield was so icy that as I tried to like run the wipers, but I was like afraid they were gonna like snap off because the ice was so strong. So, hey, we got Mission Church in the house.
Woo.
She said they got a couple leaders running late because of the snow. Yeah, I know. We got it here as well. But hopefully everyone will get there. So welcome, Mission. Glad to have you guys. Anybody else? If you guys are jumping in, let us know. What church are you from? Where you're at? We'd love to hear from you. Anybody of you guys do any good breakfast setups for your crew? I know over the years we've had some pretty outstanding.
Yeah.
Yeah.
One of my favorite stories is one of the first years we did this. It was COVID. It was COVID shutdown year. I think it was maybe the second year we did it.
Yep.
And one of the leaders, maybe from Calvary Ozone Park, I think, he Uber Eats food to the houses of his
Each
volunteer
Wow.
leaders for lunch that day. I was
Oh my
like,
word.
that's pretty amazing.
I will say,
Yeah.
downstate, like they know what they're doing when
Yeah.
it comes to food.
Yeah.
Anytime I go to any church down there, y'all treat me so well. I'm like, whoa.
Yep.
I was thinking like pizza.
Yeah. Yeah, and youth and kids ministries, we're used to just everything being a pizza gathering,
True.
right?
Very true. They're
know?
like, no, Mediterranean.
Yeah.
And I was like, oh,
What
yes.
All right,
please.
Pastor Donnie has breakfast pizza.
There you
Okay,
go.
Pizza.
That's
So
great.
That's
a next level.
That's an underrated pizza,
Yeah.
for
Yeah.
sure.
That is
The
true.
breakfast pizza.
I feel like no one's complaining about getting breakfast
Yeah.
pizza.
No.
So.
Yeah, that's a good one.
Hey, we got Life Church, East Syracuse in the
Hey,
house.
let's go.
So we know their weather is bad. They made it. Victorious Life Church is here, so we're excited to welcome guys. We're grateful to have you with us. Anybody else? We know more jumping in, so as you do, let us know where you're from. We'd love to shout you out. Excited to have you.
If I recall correctly, we're a little over 60 churches participating today. Is that
Yeah,
correct?
we had over 60 churches sign up. So
Yeah. And we're intrastate. It's not just New York churches.
Oh,
I know of a couple that are outside the state as well.
Yeah.
Are we international?
Probably.
We have had
Oh, for sure.
we have had an international team in the past.
we
I don't
did.
know if there was any
Yeah.
this year.
Some of our missionaries actually tuned
Yeah.
in. So, all right. Someone else said they got bagels,
Claim
bagels with cream cheese and croissants.
Nice.
Kind of elevated it there, you know,
Absolutely.
with the
A little bit more
croissants. Yeah.
fancy.
Love that.
Fun to
Yeah.
say.
My we don't get plugged by Panera, but I'll plug them here if they want to. They certainly can sponsor us.
Sponsor,
My
please.
oldest daughter Eliana works at Panera, and they donate all of their pastry stuff at night. And so sometimes they'll let some of the staff have extra things, and she will regularly come home with the chocolate croissants from Panera.
Oh yes.
Those are a win. Those are a win for our family.
Okay.
Speaking of a win, Kirkland Life Church
Yay.
is in the house.
Yay.
Shout out to
Life.
you guys. Glad you're with us. Anybody else? We got more jumping in. Let us know where you guys are tuning in from. We want to shout you out. And let us know, True Light Church is here also. So shout you guys out. Let us know if you had any good breakfast spread for the leaders this morning, or what you guys are doing. We'd like to live vicariously through
Although
you.
if they didn't, we might make these other sites feel bad.
It's true.
It was not expected,
No.
nor obligated.
no, but you
But
know,
a nice way
Yeah,
to
of
appreciate your volunteers.
Something to think about in the future.
but you know when you have a poor meal and someone has a great meal, you're like, what'd you eat? What was it like?
What was?
What
Tell
did
me.
it smell like?
Tell me about.
No, I don't know what that's like.
You never live vicariously through somebody else, especially when you're on a diet. You're like, let me just get a whiff of that. Oh, those cookies smell
Seems
good.
like torture. I don't know. I'd stay
Yeah.
away from that.
When you're a parent and you're fasting and you still have to make meals for your kids,
Oh,
That's
it's
kinda
like the worst.
that's true.
You're like, oh gosh, a chicken nugget has never looked so good before.
Yeah, that's like when you're hungry versus when you're not hungry. When you're hungry, it's like
Everything was good.
it's the most important thing. Like we got to get on this. When you're not hungry and your kids are like, we want something to eat. You're like, really?
Yeah.
You guys-
I have to feed you again?
We got cereal.
Come on. I don't know why you guys want food so bad.
Yeah.
So, welcome. Those of you guys are jumping in. Welcome, guys. Let us know where you're at. We are going to get started right at 9 o'clock, but we're glad you're here early, the early birds. So, let us know what church you're from. We want to give you a shout out, and we're glad we're here for another year. Very exciting.
How many years is this now, Jared? How long have we done Boost? We started right before. Was it 2018 or earlier than that?
Well, so Boost originally
Oh, yeah,
started
that's right.
as an
Right,
in-person
right.
event.
That's right.
And,
When did the Digital One Day start? It must have
So
been-
that started right after COVID.
Yeah, yeah.
So it was we did it because of COVID.
Oh, yeah,
There
yeah,
you go.
yeah.
That
And
makes
then
sense. Just kept
we
it.
kept it because we had so many churches that had bivocational leaders or volunteer leaders that were able to be a part of it
Right.
that couldn't do the in-person event. So
Yeah.
we just kind of
That's right.
we kept it. So yeah,
Yeah.
it's been quite a few years now.
It's been great.
Yeah.
Awesome.
And
And
it's
it's grown each year, which
grown
is
each year.
super exciting
Yep.
too.
More and more churches involved, and
Yep.
last year we were able to.
Once we opened the floodgates of kids ministries,
Phew. Who knew how many kids workers there were?
there were some
there's a
desperate
lot.
volunteer
There's
kid
a
workers
lot.
out there.
Listen, some days it
That's
feels
right.
that way.
That's right. Well, we are.
Service is
They're
going
like,
long. You
"Help
shove some
us."
goldfish crackers in their mouth, and
Yeah.
you know.
Yeah.
Listen though, if any volunteer understands the flexibility of a schedule, it's a kids ministries worker
That's
because they
right.
never know when someone's going to get picked up. Maybe never.
Yep. Yep.
They don't know when they're supposed to come to an end. Now there are some churches that are a little more queued up, a
Sure.
little more
Tighten in on that
streamlined,
schedule,
but
yeah.
I can only imagine when you're like, okay, they should have been done around now. So
Yeah. I don't know what kind of sickness is showing up.
I was literally gonna say, you never know when someone's gonna puke. Like,
Yeah.
it happens.
Hey, we got Christian AG Schuyler,
all right.
and they're actually joining up with Kirkland
Oh,
Life,
that's fun.
which is
I
very
love that.
cool.
Oh,
Some
that's
fine
so great.
cruise.
Yeah.
That's
Love
great.
that. Love that. That's awesome.
Fellowship.
I think we had a site 2 or 3 years ago that had like maybe 3 churches from their section,
Yeah.
3 or 4 churches from their section gathering together. That's a fun way to spend the
Great
day
idea.
too.
It is.
Yeah.
That's
Yeah,
cool.
Absolutely. Awesome. Well, anybody else as you're jumping in, let us know. Excited to have you guys. We got about a minute here until we're gonna officially get going. So
I'm gonna step out of the frame real quick and get your phone number information up so that when we do our introductions, they'll be able to know how to reach you.
sounds good. Hopefully, you guys got everything situated, printed, downloaded. I know we want to make that as easy for you guys as possible. So hopefully today will be a super beneficial day for you, and appreciate all the work that you guys have done putting into this, so we're grateful. For those of you jumping on, welcome. Let us know what church you're coming from, viewing from. We'd love to shout you out, and we're excited to have you here. We're going to get started in just a minute, so waiting for people to have the opportunity to jump in.
Your number is up there now.
Awesome. It is 9 a.m.
Woohoo! We're here.
We're here. We're ready. Well, welcome everybody to Boost. I know there'll be some of you that are still jumping in, but we want to get started so we have enough time for everything. My name is Jared. I get to serve as the Next Gen Director for our network, and grateful for the opportunity to do that. To my left is...
Yes, I'm Julie, and I am the Kidmin Director for New York. It's such an honor to serve you guys in that way.
And to my right?
I'm Mark Freeman. I have the honor of being the Communications Director for New York. Was also a youth ministry leader for full-time for 13 years, and then still involved in youth ministry, but was an elementary school teacher for almost a decade before that. So kind of have had my feet in the waters of both kids and youth ministry, yeah.
Yeah, I think between the three of us, I just did this math in my head, we probably got over 60 years of
easily.
Next Gen
Yeah, probably.
ministry experience full time. So
I mean, I'm almost at 50 years myself.
wow, you're older than I realized. That's incredible. So that means if the content is horrible today, then we're sorry. We've only been at this for 20 years each.
Yeah, but the good news is they can learn from our mistakes
That's
as
true.
much as
Yes.
they can learn from our successes.
Please do.
Some of the stories they'll hear from me are definitely my
that's
mistakes.
right.
So
That's right.
we're really glad you guys are here. Julie's going to share a little bit about the heart of the event with you guys.
We have a desire to equip you and encourage you and just make sure that you feel seen and loved. And so one way we can do that is sharing some training. Like Pastor Jared said, we have a lot of experience, and so we want to help you out with that. And that's the heart of today, that you would hear some training and be able to apply it to your context. We understand that all the churches across the state are very different from each other, but there are things that are just true about human nature and just true about God and biblical truth. So we want you to take all that today and apply it right to your church. Be encouraged, be challenged, and of course our prayer is that you are blessed by this content today.
Yeah, amen. Well, a little overview, guys, of what the day is going to look like. So all of your leaders have leader guides that go over the schedules and all the content, but just as an overview for you who are participating in today, today is broken into two tracks. So we have a kids track and a youth track, and we've asked every leader to choose which track most fits their ministry week to week. Some of you we know do both, but it'll be beneficial for you to kind of lock into one. And of course, all this content will be available for you forever. So you can go back and rewatch the videos that you missed, and all the live sessions will be recorded and after this event be put in that folder as well. So you're going to choose which track. Each track has a little bit different schedule. So you want to make sure that you pay attention to the schedule that is in your track, and it will be broken into 4 sessions throughout the day. Each session includes a video teaching that we've recorded ahead of time. Each one is about 10 to 15 minutes. Then it will include a live Q&A session where we're going to discuss the content. It will include a discussion session, a lab session that we call it, with your team, where you're actually going to wrestle through some questions that we've given you based on the content, and you're going to figure out how does this impact what we're doing? What things can we change? And our hope is that everything we talk about today is really practical and beneficial for you. And then it will include a little break. So each session will have that similar schedule. Again, it's a little different with kids and youth, so pay attention to your schedules. And we'll do that 4 times throughout the day. Now, the one unique piece is on our 4th session, we're actually going to have a joint session. And we're going to all start together live. And we're going to be discussing how do we come together as a whole Next Gen team. And so that will be the only unique session. But all of that content is available in your Leader Point books, and all the schedules, everything you need is in there. So just make sure, my encouragement to you would be, for all of our live sessions, we want to really be on time. Make sure you tune in even a minute or 2 early. It will be this exact same YouTube channel. In fact, we're going to run this live stream throughout. So we will be live even if we're not on. You can sign right in, get yourself ready. If you have at any point during the day questions that come up, you're in discussion, you're watching the video, and you're like, yeah, I'd like some follow-up to this, I'm wondering about this. You have two options. One, you can put it in the chat, in the YouTube chat, or two, you can text it to the number that's at the bottom of the screen. And we're gonna harvest those questions, and we wanna make the most out of those live sessions. We wanna really talk about things that matter to you guys. So please take advantage of that opportunity, text in those questions, or you can do it in the YouTube chat. Either way, we'll get them and see them. And we're really looking forward to an awesome, fruitful day. So I'm gonna pray, and then we're gonna dismiss you guys to your very first session. So we're praying that you have a blessed time and a blessed day. So let's all pray together. God, thank you so much for these teams. Thank you so much for the churches that are gathering all across New York. Lord, we pray that they would be blessed, that their time would be fruitful, that the content would be helpful to them, and that you would help our next gen teams grow closer together in their love for each other, in their love for students that they serve, and in their love for the mission that you've given them. So help us today. We love you. We thank you. In Jesus' name we pray. Amen.
Amen.
All right, we're going to dismiss you guys now to your very first session. So if you're in youth, you can go. If you're in kids, you can go. Just take a look at that schedule to make sure, and we will see you back here at our first live session.
Our kids, we'll see our kids.
Kids will be first.
9:20-ish.
Yep, kids will be
We'll-
first.
So we'll see you then.
See you
All
guys
right.
then. Thank you.
Our audio is cut, but not our video yet.
Okay, awesome.
Okay. Video should be cut. Let me confirm audio is cut before we start talking. Should be good. Nope. Should be good.
Screen's blank. Alrighty.
Welcome back, if you're here with us.
Yeah. Hey,
Maybe you're
churches,
still watching, I don't know.
Kids Ministries, welcome back in. We got a couple more minutes, but some of you are jumping in, so we're so glad that you guys are back with us. Hopefully you enjoyed video 1 by the one and only Julie.
Yes. Hope you liked it.
I know I did.
Hope it's helpful.
I enjoyed it.
Good.
Yes. As you guys are jumping in, you'll hear me say this a couple times, but if you've got questions that you would love for Julie to discuss, you can put them in the chat, YouTube chat, or you can text the phone number there on the bottom of your screen. We'll get that and sort through it. We want to get as much conversation about things that you guys want to hit. So,
Right. We really want to know what you want to hear about. 'Cause
Yes.
I can talk all day about this stuff. I love it.
Yeah.
But if it's not helpful to you, I'd way rather talk about the topics that you want to bring up. So
Absolutely.
write in those questions, please.
All right. It is 9:20, so we're going to officially get started. Welcome, everyone, to our first Kidsmen Live Q&A. We're glad that you guys are here. Hopefully, I know some of you were working through some technical difficulties, so hopefully you're able to do that and get everything sorted. But we're really glad that you guys are here. Hopefully you enjoyed that very first session from Julie. And just as way of reminder, I've already said it, but I'm going to say it one more time, and actually I'll probably say it a bunch more times. Let us know questions that you want. So you can throw questions down in the chat. We've already got a couple coming in. Or you can text the question if you don't want it to be public, or that's an easier thing for you to do. That number is on the bottom of the screen there, and we'll get those and sort through them. So, first question that came in,
Yes.
Julie, is how do you get the kids to purposely learn each other's names as a whole versus just the kids they tend to hang out with?
Yeah, that's a good one. And it's so important. I actually talk to the kids at my church about this often. They're like, hey, we're a church body. We should know each other. I don't want you saying, hey, you. And so really how I build that in is having time that is set up for community building. So at the beginning of our service, they're able to hang out with each other, talk with each other, while us adults are also around facilitating some of those moments and talking to them. Using their names is really important. Playing fun little name games, right? Where you do like the first letter of your name and you have to make up something like an adjective, like Joyful Julie, right? And you go around the circle and everyone has to say it, and so you're learning each other's names that way. But there's plenty of ways that you could play little fun games that are like super intentional. And then the other times would be like when you're in maybe a small group setting, to use their names, or pause and even say, hey, do you know her name? And then tell them, no, that's Sarah. Make sure when you ask her for that, piece of paper, say, hey, Sarah, can you pass that to me? And just like modeling it and talking about it, I actually think is very useful for kids. So there's a couple of ways.
Yeah.
I don't know.
Have you ever done any competition/prizes to see like who knows the most?
That actually, yes, we have done that. There's a fun little game you can do where you hold up a blanket or a sheet or something between two groups of kids, and you have from each side one kiddo stand up on either side. You drop the blanket. Whoever says the name first.
Oh, that's fun.
Wins the point. Like that's actually pretty fun because you never know who's going to be standing there, and then like, do you know their name?
Yeah.
So yeah.
That's really fun. Awesome.
Now, we also wear name tags at our church, so like technically it's kind of a cheat. They could just look at the other kid's name tag, but they don't.
At that point, it's just whoever can read faster, right?
Yes, true. For that game, we actually make them put it on their backs.
Take them on their backs. There you go. All right, we had another question come in about how do you go about follow up with families, and then how many times do you suggest? How often?
Yeah.
Obviously, we don't want to
bombard them,
but
are you weird spamming them?
Yeah,
I think it's a balance. So for first time kiddos, they get a little bag at our church that says thanks for popping by, and they get a blow pop bubble thing and a pop it bracelet. So that's for the kiddo. That's the first touch for them to feel like, oh, I'm seen and welcomed. And then as far as then following up with the family, I've tried a lot of different things because it's hard to know over the years what is welcoming but not like intrusive.
Yeah.
So like Is it a phone call? Is it a text? Is it an email? Is it after the very first time they visit? Is it after, like, maybe they're starting to really come? There's a lot of times where they're really just, maybe they're in town for, like, a family thing and they're not going to keep coming back. So I think some of it's case by case, and I do try to ask the kiddo when they come into our space and I don't know them, hey, what are you here for today? Are you here because you heard about it from a friend at school? Are you here, visiting some family? Tell me about what's going on, why you showed up at our church today. And so that helps me then gauge if they're just visiting family over the summer. Like I'm probably not going to do a ton of touches with that family. I might thank them, send out that blanket email the first like a first timer gets a automated email like, hey, thanks for coming, but I'm probably not going to continue following up with them because they don't live in our state, right? But if it's like, no, yeah, my friend at school told me about your church and here I am. Okay, definitely want to follow up with that type of family. And so I think the first step is having just an automated, right? If you have the type of system where kids check in and it's their first time, have that automated email going out, just welcoming to the church. Little next steps would be important. Maybe some things about how, your KidMin runs. And then from there, I usually wait a little bit. Maybe they've consistently come 3 to 4 times. And then I'm reaching out to the parent. Now I'm talking with the parent when they come to check out and take their child home. I do touch base with them in person as well. But then I do think it's a nice touch to either email, a personal one, not one that's already set, and or text them. That's kind of how I do it.
Yeah.
So I guess that would be 2 to 3 touches based on how you gauge that.
I love that. I've got somewhat of a follow-up. You talked in your videos a lot about letting people know that, hey, this is a safe environment you can trust, and that's a big issue with parents and kids. Is there something that you have done in your Sunday morning services and the adult services to communicate that to, because I know sometimes there's always parents that are a little hesitant,
right.
They maybe got some kids sitting. So is there any suggestions on what sort of messaging can happen there for maybe the hesitant ones or the ones that are going to go talk to their neighbors or their family and be like, you know what?
I don't know, to be honest, because I don't know if we do anything in the adult church that really consistently week after week says that we're a safe environment. However, I do know that in all of our talking about KidMin, we make sure that people know we are a safe environment. I know Pastor Doug will tell new families as he's just conversating with them after service, that our area is safe. It's kind of locked down, really. Our volunteers are all vetted. They have to do an application, an interview, a background check, all of those things. So I guess in conversation, we are saying those things so that parents know what a safe environment it is. I don't know if we do anything from the platform, but
Gotcha.
And then I make sure to tell parents when I'm chatting with them and kind of show them, the space, and they can. One thing that I think is really important is they can immediately visually see who's supposed to be there, because we wear our ministry t-shirts, so it's very obvious these adults are supposed to be here. And they are the safe adults. So when we have families that want to come observe what we do, because here's the thing, it has to be an open door, to parents, right? We're not trying to take your children from you. And so that's another thing I always say to parents, hey, if you want to observe our service, please do. And they have to wear a little lanyard that says parent observer, so that then I tell them this is a safety measure for us because you don't have our t-shirt on. So some of my leaders might look and see an adult and go, oh, what are they doing here? But that's why you're wearing this lanyard. So that's another little step that they know, I'm watching out for your kids. And that is something that will put families at ease when they know that we're a safe environment. They know that we care about things like that. They're going to feel more comfortable letting us minister to their kids while they're in a different spot.
Yeah, seeing the policies, the processes, how serious everyone's taking it does communicate this is a value for us. So
for sure.
I love that. All right, we had a couple other questions come in. So one is, what are some positive and fun ways to quiet down a loud group of kids? Super practical question.
Yeah, that is very practical. There's a lot of different ways that...
Besides screaming at them, because that's what I've always done.
No, just kidding. They won't hear you anyways. They're louder than you. There's a lot of ways that you can establish kind of cues within your group. So this is classroom management, right? And so teachers do it every day in the school. They're used to it. Don't let them trick you. They know when they're supposed to be quiet because their teachers do it all day with them. So having sometimes a verbal cue, in my church, I say ready, set, And all the kids answer back, "You bet." And then they're supposed to be quiet. And I am a stickler on respect, and so I will make sure that if they do not quiet down after that first time, I don't just keep teaching and going. I do it again. Ready, set? You bet. And we go until it's actually quiet. And sometimes I'll do it up and make it silly and funny and like, but it's really still teaching them like, I'm serious about this and you have to be quiet.
Yeah.
So there's that verbal cue you can do. Some people do like a visual cue, which would be dropping the lights, like dimming them a bit to like, all right, it's time, you know, like in a movie theater, right? It's time to be quiet. Some people have like a clap kind of thing that they do. I heard of one person had a little gong. I don't know. So you can have whatever you want, I guess, as different ways, but I think that they're really effective because they're doing that in their schools every day. Like,
Yeah.
I just think that's so familiar to them. It's a good way to go with the verbal, personally. That's
Very
just what I
cool.
do.
Very cool. We did have a question come in from Rosemary, but I think I'm going to save that because I think that question really applies to your third session and video, so we will get to that. But another question that came in is, what is one misconception that leaders often have about being invite friendly that you think could be corrected by the video that you made?
Yeah, and some of the videos may be blurring in my mind, so I'm not sure if this was this video or maybe a different one, but I do think the invite-friendly term sometimes gets a bad rep, and it makes people think like everything has to be high-tech and flashy and the best and all of that, and that's really not what's necessary. Like, kids like that, sure, but the reality is we're not Disney. We're never going to be Disney. Like, we don't have to do that. What we have to offer them is so much better and life-giving. We have Jesus. So if we are just creating environments that are friendly and that are consistent and that are fun, and then induced with the Holy Spirit and with interacting with God and His presence, like, that's what's going to keep drawing them back, right? The intimate relationship that they establish with God will draw them back. The Spirit will draw them back. So I'm not saying don't have fun. You have to have fun. That is really important because that is, I think, what is going to get those invites. Kids are going to tell their friends, you have to come to my church. Like, you have to see what we do. You know, for instance, tomorrow is the Super Bowl. And so in my kids' church, we have established, I'm trying to figure out what year we're on. I think it's year 5, but we do the Cereal Bowl. And so every year on Super Bowl Sunday, we have the Cereal Bowl.
Oh,
and
that's
all
cool.
the kids know about it. They love it.
Yeah.
They live for it. And we have boxes of cereal with a little bowl in front of each one and slips of paper. And they get to make one vote per kid. But they put their name in one of those bowls, voting for which of the cereals is best.
Yeah.
And so then we have the Cereal Bowl winner, which is whatever cereal gets the most votes. But then we pull names from each bowl, and some kiddo gets to walk home with a box of cereal. So I think it's not a huge deal, but it can be really fun. And some of those kids in big families are like, yes, a box of cereal just for me. And they really enjoy it. So doing little things like that are just like a special moment that, like, it's not like we're giving up service. Like, trust me, I'm not giving up like our worship time, our sermon, and our altar time, but it's a little add-on that's easy enough to do.
Yeah.
And creative. So thinking of those little things, I think, help create that momentum of like, yeah, I got to get my friend here to see this thing. You know?
I really like that because it ties in, you know, this whole first video is about how do we reach new kids effectively, and like you had said in the video, something along the lines of like the most effective way to reach new kids is through the families that you already have. And of course that's going to primarily happen through kids being excited and telling their friends.
For sure.
And parents, as long as they have confidence in what you're doing, then when they'll feel good about inviting their friends and stuff like that. So I love the connection of, I don't think we think about this in kids ministry, but when we create these memorable moments of like really fun, really cool, you actually are contributing to the reaching of new kids potentially. Because you're creating that like incentive and desire for these students to share the gospel. Like, it is it's a really discipleship moment. You're helping them live out that discipleship of evangelism and reaching their friends because they got a free box of cereal. So
Right.
Yeah.
Go figure. I don't know.
For any,
I want to just quickly touch on the
Sure.
parents, because I have heard many parents tell me, I told our neighbor about how safe it is here and all the things you do to make sure our kids are, safe, and the people that work with them. So people really do talk about that stuff. And so yes, the kids might talk about the fun, and you got to come see what we're doing in kids church, but the parents are following it up with their neighbors on and just so you know, it's a safe environment. We take it
Absolutely.
seriously.
Yeah, 100%. That's so true. I got another question here for you. Someone asked, do you have any thoughts or suggestions on what could pique the attention of kids? So,
Yes, I think maybe this is also in a later video
yeah,
too, but
first 5 minutes we talk about that a little bit.
yeah, first 5 minutes, but also engaging services we talk about too. So I will just give a general thought here. It is vital that we are prepared for Sunday. I will tell you, as a veteran, I know the Sundays that I am not well prepared because it flops. And it is literally because I did not spend enough time prepping. I did not look at it. I did not pray over it. I did not just take time to soak in what I was supposed to do, and then allow God to give me those special little moments of like, ooh, I can use that object lesson. I could pull up that prop. Like, that stuff happens when you spend time with the lesson that you're teaching. And so just a quick overall, thought there is, we are way more engaging for students when we're prepared, because they can tell when we're not, because chances are it's way more boring and it's not exciting. But if we are planned out and we have really thought this through, okay, how can I meet every child's needs there that are visual and auditory and kinesthetic? Like, when I'm thinking about all those pieces, what do I need to bring to the table for this Sunday? Man, I'll tell you, it goes a long way.
Yeah.
And so I do think there's something about prep leaders. We've got to do it. Whether you're teaching toddlers or older elementary, you have to prep,
I love
or
that.
they're gonna walk all over you.
Yeah. So I have a follow-up for that, because everyone's different in their giftings, and some people are really more creative.
Sure.
And sometimes the creative people can spend all day creating ideas, but they don't ever put it together.
Implement it? Oh.
And then other people are like, no, I've got everything together, but I don't know how to be creative. So any suggestions for people that are maybe struggling with trying to come up with some of those
Sure.
creative elements, the fun elements?
Yeah. I think for Kidmin especially, you have to be okay with what I call organized chaos. Like, you have to be okay with allowing the kids in. So maybe you're not the creative one that's gonna act out the Bible story. That's fine. Use the children to do that. You throw a broomstick in their hand and throw a tablecloth over their head and they're Moses, right? Whatever. They don't care. Again, that's not flashy and all that. They just want to be a part. And so it's way more memorable for the kids when their peers are up in front of them doing things, right? They hear from adults all the time, and they want to be with their friends, right? Your kids are always asking for play dates, and they want to be at church to see their friends, and they want to go to school to see their friends, not to learn. So when they can hear from their peers doing the little skit or acting out the Bible story, that goes a long way. So if you are not the creative that's like, oh my goodness, I can't do puppets and I can't do all these things, just utilize the kids, utilize any teenagers in your church. There's such great resources, and it doesn't have to be where they come ahead of time and practice the skit. Just read it from the Bible, add in maybe some funny lines here and there, take some artistic liberty, and have the kids act it out like a melodrama in front of the other kids, and it's good to go.
Yeah,
They'll love it. They'll love it.
Involvement. Yeah. All right, we had a great question come in for all the nursery workers.
Okay.
The
nursery.
true champions of
The church.
kids ministry.
Yeah.
Although, there is something pretty nice about getting to hold a baby.
Oh, I know. I love the baby snuggles.
My wife came home last week. She's like, I got to hold the baby all service. And I'm like, yeah, it sounds like you're really struggling for the Lord. Until you get thrown up on or
Well,
pooped on.
there is
But
that.
the question came in is, any thoughts on how to be invite friendly for a nursery worker? You're working with, they don't talk, right?
Right.
They're not inviting their peers, but is there some ways that we can think about that for nursery setting?
Yeah, gosh, that is a great question. And I think nursery varies in churches so greatly. Sometimes it's just birth to maybe 1 or 2. Sometimes it's birth to 3. There's a whole bunch of different age groups in there. But I think a huge piece is just making sure that your nursery, and this is just again, a parent coming in and looking, you have to make sure it's clean, it smells good. You're asking questions about their child in particular, right? Parents want to, like, this is my baby, especially new time parents, right? Or first time parents are like, you know, they're not going to give you their child. And so being as welcoming as you can with, you know, even the question, how long would you like them to cry before we come and get you, or before we put your number on the screen? You know, we want to know those things. We understand this is a hard transition. It's almost like just walking them through, talking them through that moment. Like, this is a big deal. We understand it. But as far as invite friendly, I don't know. I have literally never thought about inviting like babies to church, but I guess it really goes back to the parents, like making sure the parents know this is a safe environment for your babies. You know, here's what we do as a church. So this is maybe on you, the inviting parent, right? Just so you know, all our nursery workers are background checked. They do an application. They interview with our pastors. Like, there's all these steps that we put into place to make sure that your baby is safe. You know, diapering policies nowadays, right? At our church, we have yes, no. You're telling us as the parent, do you want us to diaper them or do you not? You know, we're making sure the parents feel like very much in control and heard and cared about when it comes to their desires for their own baby. So I think that is maybe good. The other piece I do want to add about nursery workers is it is not a throwaway job. Like, please know that. You are starting them at a young age to understand just like the concept of a church family and a church body.
Yeah.
The fact that they are loved and cared about, played with, you know their name, right? You're teaching them stacking, you know, like, you're a part of their early childhood development. Like, that's a really big deal. And those are core memories. Like, a lot happens in those early years. So please don't ever discount yourselves, or others, do not discount them, because it's such a big deal. And a lot can be done in those times. I encourage my nursery workers, as you're rocking that baby, sing a song over them, speak scripture over them. Like, just start planting those seeds, because, you know, I don't know, they're little and they might not fully understand it, but it's still a foundation that can be started at a young age. So
Yeah, it matters.
it does. It really
Well, and not
matters.
to mention what you're doing to provide that opportunity for their parents to have a break, to connect with the Lord, to, like, you know, the more that parents are loving Jesus, the better parents they're going to be to their children.
Yeah, for sure.
And so but I love what you said about what you're doing is a discipleship moment for those kids. Like, you're showing them that, like, people can love you and care for you, not just your family or parents, but this is a church family, and don't underestimate speaking life, scripture, all that. I think that's beautiful. It's not just a babysitter, right?
Yes, I go so hard on that. Anyone that will listen to me, I'm like, I don't do childcare, right? I pastor children and families, and the same is true of all those shepherds in the nursery, in the toddler class, in the pre-K class, and elementary. Like, you are providing moments that are developing the spiritual lives of kids and families, right? So when you send, my nursery director, Morgan, is stellar, and she sent out Christmas cards to all the babies in the nursery.
That's awesome.
Can those babies read those cards? No, but who can? The parents.
Yeah.
And there are parents that touch them so deeply to know that the nursery director cared enough about their child to send a little Christmas card. Like, they
That's
were really
amazing.
touched by that. And some of them were like those fringe families that don't come very often, but it said something
Oh, yeah.
that this church cares about my 1-year-old.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. One other maybe, like, piece of advice, and I've not spent a ton of time in nursery, but I have been a parent, is even, like, a parent loves nothing more than to get someone compliment their child.
Yes.
And so when you're
Very true.
doing the handoff back, think of something, like, specific
Yeah,
that
that's
you
good.
could compliment their baby,
Yes.
their child. It can go a long way.
You're right.
And it communicates that, like,
You paid
I
attention.
paid
to them.
attention. I spent time with them. I enjoyed what I got to do. Do not be negative about, like, if they cried the whole time or whatever, which happens, right?
It does.
But resist the temptation to be like, they were really upset today. Yeah, this is a tough one. They
I
were
know.
crying the whole time.
Save the sarcasm.
Right.
Like, later when all the kids are gone and talk to each other.
Right. Think about saying something like, he has such a sweet spirit about him, and, like,
Yes.
man, I could just feel, like, whatever it is.
Yeah.
that could go a long way.
I agree. I'm so glad you brought that up. I also want to just bring up the sandwich method because if something bad does happen that you need to communicate to that parent, like they bit somebody, like you kind of need to let them know that.
Yeah.
But I encourage my team to sandwich the negative with 2 positives. So think of something great that kiddo did. I don't know, stacking 3 blocks, which is a big deal at that age, and then say, and also I did need to let you know he did bite, so-and-so during snack time. We took care of it. There were some tears, but we got through it fast. And then he actually was such a great helper cleaning up after snack. He wiped down the table for us. Like, it was awesome, right? So you have to tell them the thing that's not good. But I've now also told you 2 things that are great about your child. So.
Yeah, that's great. We've got about 5 minutes left. I've got a question here that I do want to hit with you.
Okay.
What is your approach when kids really don't want to be there and are only there because their parents are dropping them off?
Just make them stay, strap them down. Yeah, it is tough when you have the students that you can tell they just don't want to be there. So this is where you have to go hard relationally, right? You have to get to know that child, to get to know what they care about. It's happened, I've been there many years, it's happened a few times in my experience where certain kids they just don't care, or they just don't feel comfortable, or whatever reasons, right? It doesn't matter the reason, but if you can get to know them, you can connect with them better, right? So if you learn the things that they like, you're gonna go hard on that, right? If you find out they like football, you're gonna have to do a little research and find out some stuff about football if you're like me, who has no idea. And then you're gonna use that every time you see the child. Oh my goodness, did you see? You're like, find out who their team is, all that kind of stuff to help build the relationship. Because I think, in general, even if they don't want to be there, if they know there is an adult who sees them and cares about them and is putting that much effort into like having those conversations with them, that's gonna go a long way. And it may soften them to the point where they do want to be there. I think also just finding out what makes that child tick. Is it because they feel like it's babyish? Is it because they feel like they have such a strong personality, they want to be a leader, they don't want to be sitting there in kids' church, they want to like do something? Utilize them for that. Like find out, oh, you know what, I have a job for you actually. Would you do this thing for me? It would be really helpful. I think that could be helpful. And then 2, talk with the parents. I think talking with the parents to find out like, hey, what is going on? Is there anything, that hurt their feelings? If they're maybe a church kid who's been there for a long time and then they stop coming, like find that out.
Yeah.
And I will tell you, through my years, I know that like 4th, 5th grade, especially boys, start to feel that way. They start to feel like, oh, kids' church, and so as best you can, really utilize them in like some leadership roles. And I think that they would then gain ownership and want to do it and want to contribute their skills. So.
Yeah, that's really good. As kids, me who has kids that are that older age and have gone through, I can 100%. It's like there's something about getting them involved that they're all of a sudden jazzed up about being a part of the kids' ministry. And that's a discipleship tool for those teenagers to be looking down at how do I invest into the places that I've already been. So I love that. I had a kind of a final question here. We'll see if we have more time. But how can leaders identify, and this is for all of, not just our point leaders, but for all of our leaders that are involved in ministry, how can we identify the blind spots in our ministries? Things tend to feel normal. The longer we've done it, the more we've been in the church.
Yeah,
is there some helpful ways to do that?
Yeah, I think having people that are fresh to your ministry come in and observe and like give some feedback. I think if you are the point leader, letting your team know, like, I do want to hear from you. Your opinions matter. I will think about those things. I will put it to prayer. I will consider it. Don't tell me on Sunday, like right when I'm about to walk up and preach, because I'm going to forget, right? Don't tell me anything on a Sunday. My leaders know I will not remember. So like send it in an email, send it in a text. But get me that information so that I can really think through it. Some things are so easy to change, like just no-brainers, right? But I'm not seeing it. Some things I might have to go back to that volunteer leader and say, actually, here's the reason I'm doing this. Like, here's the why behind what I'm doing in this area. And then hopefully, that volunteer will go, oh, okay, no problem. But yeah, I think getting fresh eyes is always helpful because it's, it's like in your own home, you don't see the things. And then a guest comes in and they're like, oh, okay.
Yeah.
right?
Yeah.
Like, that's weird. And you're like,
Right.
oh, really? I just live that way. So,
Yeah, isn't there too, like, I've noticed this in churches, a couple of things that, number one, people that have been a part of a church for a long time, and there's like a lot of insider kind of culture, and you forget what it's like for a first-time visitor or guest to come. Because you know everybody, you know the
right,
policies.
You're very comfortable.
You're comfortable, like there's kind of this assumption that people should just know, or the things that you know or work for you would work for them. And then the other thing that I see is as churches grow, different things are necessary.
Yeah.
Right?
Yep.
So the policies and the way you do things when a church is 50 people is not going to be the same when it's 100 people or 150. And
Right.
but people that were around when it was 50, it could be really difficult
Yes.
to see that because
We've
you're
always
like,
done it this way.
yeah,
It
what do you mean we have to sign out kids
Yeah.
from the nursery? Like,
Yeah.
Sister Betty always comes and does this or whatever. So having that, reminding yourself of those realities, and like, I don't know if there's a way that we can try to like really put ourselves into perspective of a first-time guest, and maybe that's even some follow-up or questionnaire, or maybe it's inviting someone to your church that you have a relationship with, you can trust to be honest and go,
Yeah.
hey, could you come like you were a first-time guest and just tell me like what was your vibe, what did we do right or wrong, and
Totally.
you know,
Definitely helpful.
we all need that though, because it's very easy to like get locked in and make assumptions. So
Yes. Yeah.
awesome. All right, we got time for one more.
Oh, okay.
You mentioned this. You said that our current families are our greatest outreach strategy. So what does that require from every KidMin leader, not just a point leader, but that idea, that perspective? How does that change the way that whether we're doing nursery, elementary, how we all do ministry, kids ministry?
Yeah, I think that our volunteer leaders, so you guys are our best recruiters. So the woman who taught 4K in my church for years was like so good at recruiting kids that were like in the toddler class. She would always find them in church and be like, hey, you're going to be in my class soon. Give me a high five. Right? And so I also see that she would do that outside of the church. Like, hey, family, friend, I teach the pre-K class. I would love for your daughter to be in my class, right? And so then they're taking the ownership of like, I'm the one. You know me. You like me. We're friends. I get to teach your child. And so I think that really works for volunteers when you're a part of the system, the discipleship program at your church, like you believe in it.
Yeah.
Hopefully, please. And so then you are then going to ask others to come, not necessarily to see this other person, but to see you serving their family. I think that's a big deal. And then, again, families that just attend and maybe aren't involved as volunteers, making sure that they know, like, hey, you know, I don't know if you've ever thought of it, but don't forget, like, invite a friend, like, because here's the reality, it's on the parents. Like, kids can invite all day long, but it really is on the parents. So you do have to connect some with the parents to say, we're doing this thing, or we really want to see over the summer, you know, an uptick in some friends coming to church. We're having Buddy Sunday, or I don't know. You can come up with any number of like little campaigns, but I think it really all boils down to relationship, and then like communication and connecting with the parents to talk about like, this is something we desire. We want to help you reach your neighbors and family and friends. So bring them to us. We will help you minister to them.
That's great.
Yeah.
Well, Julie, thanks for the great first session, and hopefully it was beneficial for you guys. What we're going to do now is we're going to dismiss you for a quick break. You guys are going to start your lab session time at 10 a.m., and you'll have a half an hour to discuss as a team. We've got in your guides discussion questions. You can certainly use those as a template, jump off into whatever is really helpful and beneficial for you guys as well. And then you will be back to watch your session 2 video at 10:30. And then you're gonna join us back here for our next live session at 10:45. All right, so go ahead and take your break now, and then at 10 a.m. you guys can start with your lab session time. So we'll look forward to seeing you back here at 10:45.
Julie, do you mind monitoring this real quick? Just confirming that you can hear us.
Hello, hello. Are we live? Can you guys hear us?
Youth leaders in the house.
Yes. Welcome to the Youth Leader Session, guys. If you are here, that is because we are doing, this is our session 1 live Q&A for youth. So if you're doing the KidMin track, you should be doing your discussion right now, not watching us. So.
That's right. And if your volume is on, you can just mute us for the next half hour.
Yeah.
If you're KidMin, or just, hey, maybe this is an interesting conversation for you as well. Again, the good news is all of this will stay live online, so they can, so they'll be able to, they can watch these sessions later as well. Because I know a lot of our leaders, sometimes they are in both areas of ministry, and so I'm also realizing, Jerry, you're going to have to monitor your text messages too as stuff comes in, because. But so we just had a great session for our leaders, for kids and youth, and both are kind of talking in the same areas here. And so some of the questions we want to discuss in this first session is kind of some first impression stuff when people first kind of engage and encounter with our sessions.
Is it worth? We want to remind you guys too. Ultimately, we want to hear questions from you.
Yes.
So you can throw those in the chat in YouTube or text that number at the bottom of the screen. That's my number. We'll get those questions in and field them because we want to make sure this is helpful for stuff you guys are wrestling through.
Absolutely. No, great reminder. And if we don't get to all of the questions in this session, we'll collect them throughout the day too, and we can slot them in some other sessions. Sometimes, and we noticed in our first session with our kids, sometimes it's stuff that we will address later. So if we didn't get right to your question right away, we will make sure that we do our best to address those questions and make sure you get answers. And if for whatever reason we don't get to all of them, then we'll also just post comments and suggestions to questions that you have as well. So we're thankful for any of the questions that come in from you guys. So Jared, to kind of get us started here in this conversation, this idea that you presented that we really want our students to be the inviters for the most part, right? As it relates to thinking about how do we get new students, how do we live missionally and as an extension of our discipleship process. So if say that's our intention as leaders, we want our kids to invite people, but it's not always happening, or it very rarely happens. What do you think are some of the things that are what is typically broken first? Is it clarity on our mission, clarity of what we're asking them to do? Is it the environments that we're in? And then how do we actually triage those situations within our youth ministry? How do we look around and say, what are the hurdles for our students to invite their peers?
Yeah, it's a great question because I think we all can relate to that position of youth ministry where we're communicating, we're saying to people, invite your friends, but it's not happening, and we're kind of wondering why that's the case. And I do think it depends on the group. So there can be a couple of different kind of pillars that you could look at. One is the environment. Like, is this a place that people want to be, right? Like, so the question could be, or the answer could be as simple as people aren't inviting their friends here because this is not a great spot to hang. Like, this is not a fun place. The environment is not great. The second thing could be that the culture is not great. So maybe you could build the coolest environment in the world and you could have video games and lights and free food and all that, but the culture of the group is very excluding of new people. That's not going to work. Yeah. And then the other element could be just the kind of the missional focus is not there. Yeah. So your kids don't view inviting friends as a part of the mission of God that He's called them to, and that could be they love it, they enjoy it, but they don't feel that burden. Mm. And so I think those are three big things that are worth looking at, and depending on the group, it could be one of those three things. And once you figure out like the primary one, then you can attack it. It's like, okay, well, if it's the environment, like what simple things that we can make, what simple things can we do to make this environment more appealing and more of a place that people want to be? If it's the culture one, it's like, okay, how do I work on adjusting culture? And that could be a little harder, take a little longer.
Yeah.
And then that third element is if they don't understand this as the mission, then how do I start weaving that in? Do I need to do sermon series about this? Do I need to have them build this into my language more? You know?
Yeah. I want to address some of those things you said kind of individually, and we've got a question that addresses one of those specifically related to the physical space. Yeah. So Dustin's asking a question related to, and it appears as though in their meeting space, it's a multi-use space. And so he's saying, how do we want to create this environment that teenagers want to be in, but I'm in an environment that maybe not set up for that conduciveness. Can you think of some things you've seen, things you've done or experienced that can help us? How do we create that environment when it's not like an exclusive youth hangout space with the cool lights and the 52 game systems and all that kind of stuff? What are some things that we can do where we may have to turn over the room in and out of each session?
Yeah. So it's going to require more work for that type of situation. But I do think that's relatable to a lot of churches. Like, it's very rare that churches have a designated youth-only space. If you're in that situation, like, count yourself lucky. That's amazing. So this is a common thing. And what I would say is, whatever your budget is, come up with creative ways to do setup and tear down to make the space look as unique and special to them as possible. So if they're used to walking in and seeing it as a kid's space, okay, how do we make it look like you? So we would do simple things like we'd buy tablecloths and cover up stuff that we didn't want to see. We'd buy like separators to like close off areas. We would bring in, we'd pull in a couple of TVs and set up portable game stations, and even the way that the chairs are set up, like if they're set up in a certain way for kids ministry or for whatever the rest of the time, do something different, like change the way that setup is. So when they walk in, it's like, oh wow, this is cool, this is kind of unique, this is different. One of the things that we would do as far as that is work on trying to create community space in the youth ministry. So instead of they just walk in and it's all rows of chairs with then the pulpit at the front, like, how do we carve out some spots where maybe it's more of a hangout vibe? So if you can get a couple of couches, we converted real ghetto style. Like, we would put together like chairs and then like put cushions and a tablecloth over to make it look like a fake couch because we didn't have money for a couch, like just different stuff like that. I'd go online, I remember, and look up for the cheapest sort of like inflatable light up furniture that kind of looked cool and was unique, and you can find a lot of that stuff out there.
If relationship is a priority, then you need to think of the space that fosters that, right? I think that's what you're getting at. So like, if you walk in and all of the chairs are set up in rows for a teaching session, what you're communicating is, when we come in here, you're here to learn. But when you have seating environments that are face to face, we're saying we're actually here to be together.
Absolutely.
Right? Yeah, that's good.
Yeah,
that's good. And don't underestimate the power of ambient lighting that isn't your incandescent tube bulbs in the ceiling, right? It's amazing how you can transform a space by turning the overhead lighting on and just putting some lamps in your space that allows the room to feel more natural and more inviting, right?
Yeah,
absolutely.
And lighting nowadays, the cool thing is, like, all that stuff has become really a lot cheaper. So you can get some really nice LED portable, they don't have the battery charged lights that you could pull in for an event and set it up, and all of a sudden it totally changes the vibe, right? It's like you said. And so it takes a little more effort and it takes a little more thought, but it is really, really worth it to create that environment and that vibe that goes a long way.
Yeah, that's good. We've actually just had 2 questions come in, one from our out-of-state crew that's watching us, so shout out to Dover, Delaware. And they're asking about how do we maybe even communicate differently or activate our older teens versus some of our younger teens in this missional process? Is there different ways of thinking depending on their ages? How do we activate maybe even their unique differences as it relates to creating an environment that is inviting and welcoming? And how do would those conversations look different potentially to you, and how would the difference in ages impact that?
Yeah, I think the mission, reminding them and keeping mission in front of them, like to be a disciple of Jesus is to go and make disciples, and their youth ministry is supposed to be the youth ministry for all of them. Like, this is your thing. And so I think the mission is the same. How we communicate to older kids versus youngers, it's going to look a little different in every context because they're just different age groups and how we connect with them. But one of the things that I would say, I think the key to this comes down to ownership. And kids are way more likely to invite if they feel ownership of the youth ministry.
Yeah.
Now, this does look different when they're older versus younger.
Sure.
The older kids are more inclined to have one foot out the door.
Yeah.
They kind of start to feel like juniors and seniors are like, I'm too mature for this. I'm getting
We've
ready
heard
to go.
Pastor Jordan's stories 100 times.
Right.
Yeah. He
exactly.
doesn't have any new
He
good
doesn't
ones.
have any new good ones because nothing fun happens in his life. But so engaging them in high-level leadership roles in the youth ministry is the thing that pulls them in.
Yeah.
And reminding them, like, hey, this is part of your ministry. This youth group is not mine as a
good.
youth pastor. It's not us youth leaders. This is your youth ministry.
Yeah.
We're just here to help set the table for you. But you're a minister of the gospel. Like, so I think with the older kids, giving them oversight leadership roles with the younger kids is a big way to create that ownership, and they're far more likely to invite into that setting. And then for the younger kids, finding creative ways to get them involved and connected and a part of things. So this could be as simple as, like, is there illustrations that you're doing in your sermon that you can invite them to come up and, like, hey, can you help me act this out? Or, hey, we're doing this game. And they don't need to be massive leadership roles, but can you help us with this? Or maybe it's creating some sort of a kind of a leadership pipeline plan in your youth ministry to go, like, hey, I really see you as, like, a young leader. Would you come every week? I'm going to ask you, can you come 45 minutes early and help me set up some chairs and help me, like, oversee the hangout area or the video game area? And you can line up what they're passionate about with the thing. Once they create that ownership, the next step of inviting their friends is so much easier.
Good. Yeah, I have found that to that point, you leverage the strengths of those two different age groups, right? So leverage the energy of your junior high kids, right? Because they tend to, they seem to care a little less about feeling goofy and crazy. So there's some things that we can have them do as it relates to creating some hype in the room, and then leverage, hopefully, and I understand it's not always the case. You may have plenty of senior high kids that are crazy goofy. Certainly leverage their gifts as well. But then leverage maybe some of the veteranness of your older students if they've been with you longer. So they can have a way, instead of me trying to settle down my small groups, like those older students setting the tone for that, and that little ownership in the group is a big deal. And so being able to communicate with them, like, hey, when you're crazy, they're crazy. But when you're not, they kind of get in line. And so helping them to understand that. And I've always, I agree with you, especially your seniors, they've got jobs that they're doing, they've got maybe a dozen other extracurricular things that they're chasing down. If they don't begin to shift their thinking of, when I walk into the youth group, it's not just for me. Now, I don't want to say you forget those older students. You've got to pour into them too. Maybe you can make the argument in some even more intentional ways. But if they're walking in and they're like, oh, man, we've done this a dozen times, it's a whatever night and I'm used to it. If they walk in thinking differently about the room, thinking about the older students, thinking differently about the younger students and what they could do to connect with them, it shifts that mentality.
And I'll just add this.
Yeah.
One of the ways that you can leverage the older students in this environment conversation is to ask them. Like, especially the older you get as a leader, the less you're going to understand and remember what teenagers and middle schoolers find cool.
Yeah.
So having your juniors and seniors, or your high schoolers go, hey, can we get a committee together? Here's what I want to do, guys. We got $500 that we're gonna spend on updating our environment. What do you guys think would be cool?
Yeah, I love
what
that.
would help us?
Yeah.
They're gonna have way better ideas, and it gives them ownership, leadership, and they'll research. They'll go on Amazon. They'll find stuff. And
that's good. That also triggered a thought that I had too. Like, have some sort of exit interview process with your seniors when they graduate. Find out from them what stuff had the biggest impact in their lives, and don't just take kind of the surfacey answers, like dig deep into those. Why was that so significant? Why was that so important? Because that feedback is powerful.
Sure.
And then don't be afraid to also ask, like, what things were uncomfortable, what things were awkward, how could we have made adjustments? And honestly, ask kids who were like, not just the kids who were super locked in the group, but be willing to have some of those uncomfortable conversations maybe with students who were kind of a little disconnected or who disappeared a little bit, because that information I think is vital to assessing where our system's broken down and
For sure.
where do we need to create some issues here. All right, so let me ask this question then. So if we're inviting new students in, and new kids are starting to come, then we recognize that also means, in a lot of ways, we're bringing a lot of potentially unchurched kids into the youth group as well. So that starts to create some unique dynamics. I can remember a season where we just happened to have a group of kids who were really passionate about inviting their school friends in. But then we had other kids who attended that school who are seeing some of these other peers of theirs who they may not have been in the same social circles, which created some unique tension between, quote unquote, what would be considered our insiders versus the missional, kids that are coming. How do we help walk that balance as volunteer leaders? What should we be communicating? How should we actually organize our services so that it creates some healthy balance for those students?
Yeah. This is one of the keys, and you'll hear us talk about it, to healthy youth ministries today is community. It's essential. The best youth ministries, the most healthy youth ministries, have a deep sense of community. And so that's so important. The problem is that oftentimes community, if it's not true biblical community, I'll explain what I mean by this, but community can go bump heads with mission, because to reach new people can sometimes mean you're disrupting the vibe of community.
Yeah.
And so when people really find community, sometimes they can be way less inclined to want to do the mission of God, which is to reach new people. And that's what ends up happening a lot, because like you said, why would I want to mess this up? Why would I want to disturb this? And we've all been in those situations, right, where you've got maybe a group of close friends, 3 or 4 of you, and then someone's like, hey, should we invite this person? And you're like, oh, I guess we should, because we're good Christians, but it's going to mess up the vibe of, you know what I mean? And we're like, man, I'm an idiot. Why do I think that way? But we all do. We've all been in that situation. Our teenagers are no different. The truth is, though, true biblical community, like that next level of community, always involves the mission of God. It always involves new people. Like, to be in Christ, to have our identity in Christ means He unites us all. He makes us all into family. And so real community is always expansive. It's never closed off. And so we have to be really intentional about discipling and creating the culture that celebrates the newness of people coming in, and is very diligent about watching the conversations, checking the culture, kind of having a thermostat on, okay, our regular kids, where are they at? How are they responding?
Yeah.
And a lot of times that can be stuff that you can preach and teach on, but it's also needs to be stuff that's done one-on-one or in small groups. So if you're a youth leader watching this and you've got a small group of guys or girls, and you're kind of noticing, man, these are the regulars, and new people come in and they're not talking to them. Those are great discipleship moments to go, hey, real community is not just us. Like, real community is to invite people into this and get them to be able to experience what we've done. And so I think we have to be really attentive to this, because if not, you will think you're creating community, but it's actually like it's a lesser version of what God desires.
A question that we had then is, can you identify some of those? What would be some warning signs if the ministry is starting to drift into internally focused versus even if numbers are growing and things like that? What would be some of the things to be aware of, stuff on our radar to be cautious of?
Yeah, I mean, in every youth group, there's obviously going to be cliques and groups, but is there interaction? Is there conversations happening? So in the time even before, so I like to think about community. A lot of community happens. There's before service starts.
Yeah.
There's hopefully some intentional during service things. and then there's after service. And so the two big ones that you could look at all three of those and say, what does it look like? Is there an intermingling of people? Is there conversation happening? Is that going well? Is that kind of easy, or is it always being forced? Those are good signs. Is are older kids interacting with younger kids in an intentional way? That's always kind of a good metric. What's the level of student involvement in my group? Like, so, you know, whether it's like, hey, we've got people welcoming, we talked about having different environments, like, is there a good mixture of students in those environments? Another good way, the pre and post service, is, are students immediately walking to their seat, sitting down and sitting there on their phones? You know what I mean? By themselves. That's a big sign. Like, we gotta go after those kids. And so yeah, those are some of the signs, I would say.
So let's talk about. I have a question here regarding different personality styles. So that recruiting and welcoming may come more naturally for our extroverted leaders and or students.
Yeah.
What are some suggestions or things that you have seen that's really good for maybe the less socially wired leaders? How can they be intentional and encouraging our students who might not be their natural inclination?
Yeah. I think we want to find the best area for all leaders. However, in youth ministry, there's a certain threshold that we all have to meet. Like, we are there to disciple teenagers and pour into teenagers, and so I think we all have to be encouraged to step outside and have conversations.
Yeah.
You don't need to be the person on the stage with the microphone or leading the games, but what would it look like to post you up in an area and go, hey, can you sit? You know, something we used to do is, like, we would split our leaders up into sitting intentionally in different rows, so no matter what student was coming in. And so could you sit with these leaders and, like, just be a presence, you know, and look to maybe, how are you guys doing tonight? Like, just have could be a one-on-one conversation. Or we would have, like, sub-leaders that we would say, kind of be a floater, and any kid that you see by themselves, not in conversation, go to that kid. And that's a one-on-one conversation, you know, so it's less intimidating.
I think that's where our introverted leaders, students and adult leaders thrive, right? They don't have to gather 25 kids around them. Someone else is going to already do that.
Yes.
Yeah, their radar to be able to see the person who's by themselves is so vital to our ministries.
And that was always our goal, and I think it should be your goal in youth ministry, is never allow a kid to be sitting by themselves, not having conversation. Just make that your goal. Build in some system and structure and culture to go, that's not gonna happen in our youth ministry. Like, if we see that, boom, within 10 seconds, someone's on them. Whether it's a student that we've called up, whether it's a leader and a student, whatever.
Yeah, that's good. Let's shift back to philosophy of ministry. We talked a little bit about environment. We've talked even a little bit about some of our roles. Yep. So help us to create some language or some articulation. Again, maybe in two different ways, and it may be the same language, both to our in our communication as leaders, but then also as we're communicating to our students. What's some language that we can use to talk in such a way that we are prioritizing this without it feeling like pressure, without it being phony, recognizing that there may just be some students who either feel inadequate to invite their friends or feel like they're not ready, which may or may not be a misconception. How should we be talking about it that is prioritizing it without it feeling like, if you're not bringing your friends, you're a terrible Christian and you don't actually care about your peers?
Yeah, I think you know, discipleship is a process of reminding them of the mission of God. And inviting your friends to youth group is not the only aspect of discipleship. It's just a helpful tool for students, right? In the same way that adults, just because you invite people to church doesn't mean you're actually making disciples, but it's a helpful tool in that process. And so I like to use, one of the language that I like to use with teenagers now is the idea of friendship. And I think the best way that we can help our students learn how to make disciples is to say, what would it look like for you to be the best friend you could ever be to the people around you? Because we live in a world that they're so desperate for community, they don't have it. Most of our teenagers don't have real authentic friends. Like they're living in this space where kind of everyone's trying to prove themselves. They're really fearful, and so teaching them as a follower of Christ, like what does it mean for me to love and serve you as my friend, and be there for you as my friend. That's part of mission. And then the inviting to a youth group piece is not the end game, but it's just a way of helping them. And so I think that's how I would try to talk about it. The other way you could do it is, and I talk about this in the videos, like modeling to them. So as an adult leader, like bring them with you. If you've got some students that you're discipling, like bring them with you and show them what it looks like to go up to someone for the first time and be like, hey, we do a youth group every Wednesday night or every Friday night. Like, have you ever come? We'd love to have you come and see you there. And that can happen on a Sunday morning. Like the Sunday morning oftentimes it could be a great training ground for the students that you're discipling.
That's good.
And you can model for them as an adult leader what that looks like to invite and be kind of outgoing in a way that maybe they're a little scared to do.
Yeah, that's good. We had a question, and I won't say it was from your wife, though it may have been from her. For our leaders who appreciate control, how if we're starting to invite some outside stuff, it starts to invite some outside control. What are some healthy suggestions that you can give leaders when some of that messiness starts to come into the youth group, when expectations don't go the way that we want to, things like that? What are some things that can be thinking or even actively doing that helps balance that?
Yeah. The thing that was most helpful for me in this is to remind ourselves that we overestimate what's going to happen in 1 week, and we underestimate what's going to happen in 1 year. And so we tend to have a really hard time letting go of things. We tend to have a hard time with the messiness, the imperfections of things, because we want the week that we're in to be perfect.
Yeah.
So it's like, well, I can't trust this person to teach or preach because they're not going to do as good of a job. It'll be a little messy. I can't trust this student to lead this game or to do the announcements or to do, because they're not going to hit it. They're going to forget something, right? And because we want that week to be perfect, we miss out on those opportunities. And that's a real mistake. Because again, we overestimate the importance or value of 1 week, and we underestimate the importance of value in 1 year. In 1 year, what happens if you start to empower students, if you start to empower the leaders that are around you, all of a sudden they have deep ownership. All of a sudden they're growing. Like in the same way that the first sermon you preached is not the same as the sermon you've preached after 20 years of preaching every week.
Yeah.
The first small group that you led was probably horrible compared to how you would lead small groups now.
Hypothetically, not
for you, of course. For you, it was amazing. So I think we have to think long term.
That's good.
The same as with students, right? It's like if I have a 7th grader and I'm asking them to lead this game, listen, they may say something dumb, they may do something dumb, they may, but what's going to happen when that 7th grader is being poured into and having leadership opportunities a year from now? Guess what? That youth group is going to be theirs. Yeah. They are going to have deep ownership with it. Yeah. And they may actually end up probably being better at that thing than you were.
Yeah.
It just takes some time.
That's good.
That long-term perspective.
Awesome. Well, this is going to wrap up our Q&A session now for session 1. So youth leaders, you guys are getting ready to watch your next video, which is winning the first 5 minutes. So we're talking about the cruciality of that when we first get them to walk in the door. So enjoy that session. You're going to watch that. Then you're going to go into your lab time to do some discussions. And then we'll see you back here again for our last live Q&A before lunch break, which will be at 11:30. So hopefully you guys have a great second session, and we'll see you at 11:30.
See you then.
Awesome.
Oh,
Audio's
the
good.
Audio is on.
Hey everybody, let us know if you can hear us. Think we're live?
Here.
Think we're live?
Can't wait to hear from you. Get those questions in so we know what
Yes.
you want to talk about.
Yeah, if you guys are tuning in, if you're already on here a minute or two early, let us know the questions. You can text them in on the number there or put them in the chat. And someone comment, let us know, confirm that you guys can hear us. Hopefully that was a good session for everybody.
I hope so.
Yeah.
Winning the first 5 minutes, right? Talking
Winning the
about the
first 5
beginning
minutes.
of when kids show up.
All right, we have officially heard in the chat, we can hear you. So
Yay!
that's a good sign.
It is a good sign.
We'll just wait another minute here before we officially get started. We got some other groups jumping in, but yeah, let us know, guys, if you have any questions, anything you'd like Pastor Julie to discuss. You can text it in, put it in the chat.
Yes.
We'll do a little deeper dive here. Alrighty. All right, it is officially 10:45, so
Okay.
we are going to start session 2, live Q&A.
Awesome. Let's do it.
We're glad you guys are here. Welcome, welcome. We're hope that first session was beneficial for you. And this year we've got a lot of new churches, which is awesome. And maybe you're starting to get the vibe now of how it kind of works. And hopefully you guys had great discussion and opportunity. And so in this session, we talked about winning the first 5 minutes. And once again, as we're talking, as we're having conversations, feel free. You can text in any questions, or you can put it in the chat. We will see both, and we'll try to get to as many as we can. We're going to prioritize ones that apply to the topic at hand, and then if we can't get to them, we'll do our best by the end of the day to highlight some of those. So thank you guys. Try not to get frustrated if we don't hit yours. We'll hopefully get it eventually. So, all right, Pastor Julie, first 5 minutes. I wanted to start off by with a question. You talked about the idea that kids decide how they feel before anything is taught. And so my question for you is, how should that shape the way that we as kids leaders prepare for service, prepare for the things that we're doing?
Yeah. So it's really important to not just take time with the lesson and really soak in it, know where you're going spiritually. It's also important to take time to think about the environment that you create, what kids are thinking as they come in, and how you and other leaders in the room can help that child feel comfortable. So you all know, and I said this in the video, you all know how you feel in certain environments, right? Whether it's welcoming or not. And so we have to really start thinking about that from a kid's perspective. So are you busy as they come in, or do you greet them? Do you get right down on their level and talk with them? That is super important. And so basically, I think there's so many other aspects to think about as we're planning, like, how is the room set up? Is it conducive to moving about and having fun as kids in the start? Or does it communicate like that it's kind of like school? Like, come in, sit in your chair, be at your desk, be quiet. We have to think about the environment, and then teaching student leaders to be a part of welcoming other kids. And honestly, any age can do that. Even preschoolers can say hello as a new kid comes in, and you can facilitate that as a leader. Oh, hey, Hi, good morning. We're so excited to see you, Declan. This is Jared. Jared, this is Declan, right? You can model that for them, but it helps the kids learn what they should do too, even without you doing it for them. Think about, what are they going to do the minute they get there? Are they going to sit in a chair and wait for you? Are they going to play with something? Are they going to build with Legos? Are they going to color? Like, what is the activity that they're doing the minute they get there? What's like kind of that inroad that they can go to feel okay and comfortable and like, I like this? Because if they walk in and it's immediately kind of like a cold environment or not very welcoming, or they literally are told, okay, sit here, that's not the best. If they're told, sit here and play with these Magna-Tiles, that's better, right? So I think just thinking through every aspect of your room and what is happening every minute, because if we're not planned out in Kidmin, it can go awry really quickly.
Yeah, I like that. That's really, I love the idea of creating those first moments as not just come and sit in a seat and wait for everyone to get here.
Yeah. No one wants to do that.
No, you're right. Nobody wants to do that, but especially kids, right? So one of the questions that I had is you had talked about, you emphasized the idea of eye contact, names, and presence. What do you think gets in the way of leaders being fully present in those first few moments?
Totally. Our unpreparedness. I think this is going to come up again and again and again after years of experience. I do it myself too sometimes, where we are rushing around at the last minute to get things set up, or we forgot whatever and we have to run over here to get it, and we're not present and like looking at the child and connecting with them and noticing that they got a haircut, or asking about that missing tooth. That's a big deal in Kidmin. They sometimes come in with missing teeth, right? Yeah. And so like noticing those things are so important. It's so special for a kiddo to feel seen like that. And so that is huge. I think it really boils down to not being prepared and not having things set up and ready to go before they get there. And we have to adjust that, whether that means as leadership and as a volunteer team that we come a half hour before service starts, or 45 minutes, whatever it is. We have to make sure we build in that prep time to just get in our space, right? Not prep like look over the lesson right before service, but prep of the space and materials so that we're not gathering markers or whatever as kids are coming in. We have to be ready to receive them warmly with a nice welcome.
Yeah.
So
I was thinking when I was watching your video too, I was thinking of two things, is like there's a spiritual element too of preparedness, which is like sometimes you talked about getting there early. It's like sometimes we can show up right at the start and it's like we're rushing into the activity and we've not spiritually prepared ourselves for what we're doing and the magnitude of what we're doing. And that's like a spiritual reset when you sit down even as a team and like, let's pray. Let's like remind ourselves of why we're all here. Like what we're doing today is making an eternal impact. It can have generational change.
that's right.
That's a different preparedness than like, okay, here we go. I've got to go man my station or whatever, you know?
No, it's so good. And that is important. Yes, setting up the snack or whatever is great, but the spiritual piece is obviously more important. So if you can have a little team huddle, a little team meeting before everyone goes to their separate rooms to teach, do it. Yeah. And we do that at my church where we gather together, we go over any announcement-y stuff, but then we pray. We take a moment and we're like, okay. And I am known to say probably every week, hey, we have an agenda, we have a plan, but if the Holy Spirit wants to do something different, we're going to yield to that and we're going to be ready to move where he is moving. And it's a good reminder. It's like that nice reset of like, okay, this is really why we're here. Yeah. Right? We're here to reach kids for the Lord and to develop their relationship with him.
The other thing, tell us a little bit about your thoughts on clarity of each role as a leader. So like one of the things that I thought the original question was what can get in the way of a leader being fully present? And do you think sometimes that one of the things that happens is leaders are unclear about what they're supposed to do and therefore they're kind of like, I'm just, sometimes I can feel like I'm just a warm body, you know? And so
we definitely don't want that. I never want people to feel like not valued or just like a warm body. Well, I want to run this ministry, but I just need other adults here, so that's why you're here in this room. Like, I never want people to feel like that. And I've been guilty of that in my early years of ministry. But now I know how important it is for all my volunteers to feel the ownership of what they're doing. And so I am not the best when it comes to analytics and writing things down and having clear, job descriptions, but people on my team are. I'm thankful for them. So they have helped kind of establish some of those role descriptions of like, this is what you're supposed to do as a nursery worker, as a toddler helper, as a toddler teacher, right? There are different positions that we have, and I'm sure your churches are the same, where everybody has a role that they're given or a title like the teacher or helper. And so what does that actually mean? And so I know some churches put that right on like a name badge. There's a leader that I know from a different state who has that right on a name tag for their adult leaders, that they right on the back, it's like, you are supposed to. And it kind of has like a little list for them of the things that they're supposed to do, which helps them stay super focused, because if they forget, they can just like look at the back of their name tag, right?
Yeah.
Super easy. But yeah, defining those roles I think is important so that people don't feel like their time is being wasted. And so that they know the wins, right? They know like, oh, I did these 6 things. I'm supposed to do these every week. I won. Like, I can walk away feeling good about what I just did in kids' church.
I love that. I've not heard that idea before, but I really like that idea of a leader knowing, did I accomplish what my role was today or not? And it being kind of objective of like, did I check these boxes? And there's always little things that come up, but
absolutely,
sometimes it can be, especially ministry, next gen ministry can be a real grind. And so knowing like, hey, you were really successful this week if you did these things, and so I really like that idea. That's a great concept.
I know in the video I talk about making sure that you don't just jump right into like rules and this is how we're supposed to do things, and really lean into the relationship piece of connecting with kids. And so I just wanted to give a quick little suggestion of taking maybe some Minute to Win It games or something pre-service to have kids engage in a lot of fun and excitement. And you can take some old type stuff and you can revamp it. So like cup stacking, it's maybe not as great these days. We've done it for a million years now. But if you kind of refresh it a little with some tiny hands,
Ayo.
that is much harder to cup stack with tiny hands, and it's just silly and fun, and that's Kidman. Jared is being silly and fun and unexpected. So make sure you pick the kids though with long sleeves on. This does not look good with t-shirts, guys. Like you gotta know who to pick. They have to have long sleeves, but come on, you will get them all laughing and having such a great time right in the beginning of your service. And then, of course, when it's serious time, ditch the tiny hands, raise your hands in worship without the tinies. But it's just a fun, silly way that you can revamp maybe some things that you're already doing. Wanted to share that little tidbit.
That's very cool. I like that idea. I feel like that would work at youth ministry too.
I'm sure it would.
Tiny hands are universally awesome,
Yeah.
That's awesome. I love that. Okay, so we had a question come in. What have you seen change in kids when they experience an early win? You talked about getting that early win.
Right. Yeah, they their whole demeanor softens, right? Whereas they're maybe coming in guarded and then they're invited in, maybe they play a game with somebody. We start with just games and hangout time, community building moments. And so when they're connected and they start playing a game, it really brings the walls down. And so then you see them kind of like, okay, and you start to smile, and maybe they laugh at something that happened, and you're like, yes, okay, because it's so much easier to reach a child when they feel comfortable in a space rather than guarded. And kids these days are guarded for many different reasons, and for a lot of them, rightly so, right? They have experienced too much of life at their young ages, and so they have a reason to maybe be not trusting of everyone that they meet. Yeah, I would say it completely shifts the atmosphere, and it shifts their experience of you and your service when they feel welcomed. And sometimes that might mean an adult partnering with them to kind of walk with them through that time in the beginning. Sometimes it could be a peer that you kind of partner them with. I talked about in the video that I have 5th grade students that are allowed to join our LIT team, which stands for Leaders in Training, and they wear their little name tag, so they're identifiable to the other kids. Like they're different, right? They're leaders, and on the back of their tag is the acronym FAME. It also says smile and greet people, but that gives them conversation starters. So if I'm coming in and I'm new and I don't know anybody, but some friendly kid that looks about my age comes up to me and starts asking me about school or my family, I'm like, oh, all right, this is cool. It's sometimes a little bit more natural when a student does it versus us as adults.
Yeah.
I mean, they're used to interacting with like teachers and such, so it's okay. But there is something so powerful, guys, about students leading other students. And so you have to let go of some control. Like you have to be okay with things looking different and not being the exact way you would do it, but that's discipleship. And so these are really strong, important discipleship moments that we're giving students a platform and a space to learn and be developed. So yeah, I don't know. I forgot already what the question was. I'm so sorry, but
No,
I don't know if it answered it.
I think that was great, and you made me really think about, and we'll talk probably a lot more about this in the last session, but this is a great way to leverage your teenagers as well. And
Yes, they're very cool to kids.
they're very cool to kids. The problem that teenagers have is they could be a little socially awkward and not know what to say, which is why I love the FAME thing, because it gives them a tool to go, here's
some topics.
Here's some topics.
Yeah.
And we did have a comment come in that said they really love that. That was super helpful for them.
Good.
And so putting those two together, that can be a win for your kid, man.
Yeah, adults could have these too. It doesn't have to be just for students. You know,
Yeah.
you could make those for your adults. Because again, with the first 5 minutes being a win, if we're thinking of parents, I would again say if your leaders don't wear some type of like a identifying shirt that their kid meant, at least have them have name tags on. Like there's got to be some moment I can differentiate between a parent and a leader that's supposed to be serving kids.
Yeah, that's great.
Easy.
We did have a question come in that I thought was very interesting and kind of aligns with that first 5 minutes as we talk about leaders, you know, having energy and smiling and having the right focus. And one of the things that they said is, you know, what about leaders that have, how do you reinvigorate leaders that have been doing this for such a long time? The grind of ministry has taken over. 1 week blends into another, and it's like, okay, I gotta put my smile on and I gotta be excited. Like, do you have anything? You've obviously been doing this for a very long time. Like, any tips or?
Honestly, I have to say that comes down to our spiritual life and just being poured into by God. Literally, there are times where I, after all these years, feel like, oh my goodness. And then he just hits me like, hey, these are my precious little ones that I have created in my image. Look at them, Julie. And so that's what I have tried to do. In the last 2 to 3 years, I have tried to slow down enough to look in the eyes of a child and go, whoa, okay. Because now I'm not just like quickly looking at their face and going on. I am seeing behind their eyes. I'm seeing maybe some pain, or I'm seeing excitement to be there, or whatever it is that they're experiencing. I do think the leading of the Holy Spirit in those moments is what invigorates me, right? And so I do my best as the lead of my volunteers to say those things like, guys, please don't forget. Like every little one that comes in, whether they are well behaved or whether they are a terror, like they are made in God's image and they're so important. And the foundation that we are establishing here is going to last them a lifetime. And so we have to remember that every moment is important.
Yeah.
Every interaction has the power to pull them in closer to a church family or push them away. And like, that's a lot of weight.
Yeah.
And so if we think of the spiritual ramifications along with just the physical things we're doing, I think that's what really, gives us that reminder and that, okay, yep, you're right. I'm tired this weekend. I'm freezing. I don't want to be here. But this is stuff that echoes in eternity, right? The truth that we are imparting to these little ones will shape their spiritual lives. And so that influence that we have in their little lives, are you kidding me? That is an honor. That is a privilege to be able to do that. So just, I guess, kind of spending time with the Lord and asking Him to show you maybe there is that one that gets under your skin. Listen, that's a reality. I have had those
Sometimes
moments.
it's your own kids.
That's true. So like just spending time not only prepping the lesson, prepping the atmosphere, prepping your space,
Yeah.
but prepping your own heart to go, God, what do I need to see in so-and-so this weekend? Like, is there something I'm missing? Like, what is it that they're going through? What can I say to be a part of what you're doing in their lives, right? And so being spirit-led, I
Yeah.
guess, is the summary of that.
Yeah, that's a great answer. And one of the things I would add is, doing ministry is meant to be life-giving.
Yes.
Not every moment, like obviously there's difficult moments, but I think one of the key elements to this is like when you're a part of a team that feels like a family, you serving should give you life.
Yeah, amen.
And so if and I think kids ministry, this can be difficult sometimes because a lot of times you may be on a once a month schedule or every other week schedule, and so if you're not careful and if the culture isn't being created, like you could just feel like I'm showing up to do a task versus like I'm coming together with my family to do the things that God's called us to do, and that's a very different vibe. And so what I would say, like if you want to create the culture in your leadership team that you would like to see in your ministry. So if you want to see your kids all having community and
Yeah.
spending time and loving each other, like that has to be created in your leadership team too. And
Right.
there needs to be maybe more time emphasized and spent on like building relationship and feeling like a family. That's one of the things that we so love about this event is the hope is for you guys, you're spending a day together, like you're going to come out closer. And what I can say is like the teams that we've had, when they felt like family, like you weren't having to beg people to show up.
Right.
They would go above and beyond. In fact, sometimes you're like, dude, I think you need to like go home and like take a break, And so that could be
Yeah.
another element of helping re-energize and rejuvenate.
Absolutely, that's so important. You as volunteers need to feel like a team and a family. That's so good. And so sometimes we have to think of it as functioning as a small group. So we're all in different rooms at my church, right? I'm not necessarily interacting with the toddler workers or the nursery workers or pre-K workers as much as my elementary team, but each team is led by a director at my church, and they are the ones that are pulling together that specific age group team to have meetings, to have prayer times, to invest as almost like a small group of the church in each other's lives. So that, like you said, when we come together to serve, like we're excited to be there. We
Yeah.
want to serve with our friends and have a great time together because we know how important this is, and it's who doesn't want to serve with their friends? It's much more enjoyable when you know and love the people you serve alongside.
Absolutely. We had a question come in. Do you recommend any service structure for nursery? How important is winning the first 5 minutes in that space?
Yeah.
And just for reference, they said their nursery goes to 2.
To 2, okay. Yeah, that is a harder space to win those minutes in that separation anxiety is a real thing for that age. Like, your first 5 minutes might be completely full of tears for one child that then trickles down into 3 more children crying, right? Like, that is the reality of that room. So if you can engage them with some cool toys, like just like we do with the older kids, right? Some cool things that they're gonna like to see when they come in that space, and bring them right over to that thing to play with, or we all hate it, but like things that make noises or light up, like that engages kids pretty quickly. So knowing those things, like kind of do some research, right? Look online and see what's popular. Ask some parents of that age group, like, hey, what is your one really like? What's your daughter really into? Because I know she's been having a hard time leaving you, which, hey, I get it. At this age, it's very hard to leave mom, but is there something that she really likes? And so getting I think that input from the parents sometimes could be really helpful because they're the expert on their own child, right? They know what their child wants, hopefully. Sometimes we know what our children want. So I think that goes a long way. And then I do think there is something, again, about that spiritual piece. And so sometimes when I have a crying little one, I just kind of, I'm bouncing them along and I'm singing over them or I'm praying over them and just kind of asking the Lord, please help me with this crying baby. But also, there is something very soothing, obviously, about the presence of the Holy Spirit. And so if we bring that into the space too, it's going to help us and hopefully help the baby calm themselves.
Yeah. Do you have any tips on, for that nursery element,
Yeah.
that winning the first 5 minutes? My guess is a lot of times too, the issue is the parent.
Sometimes.
Any tips on like how to help the parent, like, it's okay, we got them, like, versus like they're hanging around, they're like, I don't want to leave, and you know what I mean? So any tips on like helping navigate that, making that process smooth?
Yeah, that is a hard one, especially with parents today. They're a little different than parents from back in the day. And so it is hard, but the more you can just reassure them. And I think what we have done, which is just ask, like, how long are you willing to let them cry? Like, we will text you to come back down. I think maybe helps them kind of scoot away, because you kind of have to, diplomatically say, like, I think they'll be okay if you just kind of go around the corner and they don't see anymore. They'll adjust. Like, they'll be okay, we promise.
Yeah.
But we will honor what you're telling us. So if you say that they can only cry for 3 minutes, if you can go around the corner and just wait, and we'll see how it goes, and text you at that 3-minute mark or 10 minutes or whatever it is, I think maybe that kind of helps to reassure them. Like, we're not going to let your child cry the entire service.
Right.
And if you are a first-time parent or you're new to the church and you don't know that, you are leaving your crying baby and you're walking away and it's like, oh my goodness. But if the nursery worker very clearly states, like, what do you want? And we will do that. I do think there's some element of, like, maybe some calm that comes upon them, but it is a hard one to diplomatically tell them, scootaloo, please.
Yeah, I like that. And ironically, Mark just sent this question in, and I actually was thinking this too, is like the idea of check-in processes, right? Because you kind of alluded to that. It's like, how do we help with that first 5 minutes?
A check-in?
How can check-in processes help that first 5 minutes win? And do you have any suggestions, practical tips for a check-in process, what they should do, not do, what kind of things they should use?
Yes, be welcoming, please. As kids and families are checking in, obviously use your welcoming people that are going to not only give the information to the parents that they have to know, like the safety stuff, but then maybe someone else is there kind of engaging with the kids or giving them something to do or play with while parents are filling out paperwork. And then taking them on a tour and showing them, that is huge. That is very helpful. It helps them relax a bit. And then in our space, we allow parents to stay and observe if they want to. Now, that's real hard. You can't really do that in nursery. Like, you can't just have all these extra adults.
Unless you have, like, maybe, like, windows that people could look in on.
Yeah, if you have a window, absolutely. Tell them, hey, if you want to just kind of hang out for a little bit over here so that you can see, but she can't see you, that'll help us get her, calmer. But yeah, I think that I think the biggest thing is just being warm and welcoming, and then maybe thinking of some things that come up again and again for families to already give them the answers before they have to ask. Does that make sense? Where, like, that the last 6 families that you have welcomed to your church have asked about these certain things, just have it ready to go. And you can write it down on a little cheat sheet for your check-in people or your nursery people or whoever is doing this, interacting with parents, but have it ready to go so that you're already answering questions before they ever even have to ask.
Yeah. So follow up to that, this has come in a couple times. Any tips on when technology fails us?
As in, we can't get a hold of the parents for nursery, or just in any service?
Could, on that check-in process, like.
Check-in, we have, like, just name tags ready to go. So like the little "hello, my name is" style. So we got the kind that don't say "hello, my name is," but they're just the stickers ready to go, where we will then write a child's name, give it a digit, like we do a 4-digit number that's unique to that family. And then right under it, this is key, like, you have to ask, do they have any allergies? And so right under their name, we put if there's any allergies. That one is key. Because for our tech, it'll print that for us. But if we're down and we can't print tags, like, please remember to ask that, because that is really important. And that sets you up well in the eyes of the parents that you have thought to ask that.
Yeah.
So we just handwrite and then, send them on their way, but we make sure we follow our procedure, which is every child has a name tag, every parent has a pickup tag. So we literally have them right at our check-in station, so at any moment, we're just ready to go, because it's inevitable.
I love that.
That on Sundays and Wednesdays for us, it's gonna crash.
Yeah.
So
you got the backup system.
We have the backup ready to go. Everyone knows
go.
what to do. It's,
Awesome. Two questions. We've got about 4 minutes left, so I'm gonna try to hit both of them. The one question came in is, any thoughts on winning the first 5 minutes when it comes to kids with special needs?
Yeah.
I know that's super general, but any tips on that?
Yeah, as much as you can, getting to know them, I think, goes a long way. If you can have, like, a little buddy with them, that also is huge. And then talking with the parents is also obviously very helpful. Like, what are the things that we can do to help make your child the most successful that they could be in this space? And obviously this could be a whole conversation for, like, there's a lot of things.
Yeah.
But the very least, getting to know that child as much as you can before parent leaves. So, like, hey, what are some of the things? Are there any things we should watch for, any triggers that we should be aware of before you head to adult church? And then I think pairing them with somebody if you can, if you have the people, which nowadays it's almost like mandatory that you're going to have to create a team of people to help those kids navigate service. And, you know, there's so many differing needs, and it can be hard, and it has to be done on an individual basis, but it's worth it because those kids need Jesus too. So yeah, that's another moment we have to, okay, this kiddo is so important, and so I'm going to take the time.
Yeah.
And I'm going to find out. And if it means calling mom later to find out more after that first Sunday was a disaster, well, then that's what it means.
Yeah.
But using the parent, again, as the expert, I think really goes a long way.
Yeah, I like that idea. And you kind of communicated the idea of, like, having policies in place, of knowing here's what, because there is a variety of, when you say someone with special needs, that could mean a lot of different things.
Absolutely.
And so your church may be set up to handle one thing but not another.
Yep.
And you could have behavioral issues that are violent, or you know, or some that are very mediocre. And so understanding, here's what we can do, here's what we can't do.
Yep.
And then having a system in place. And if you don't have a system in place, it may be as simple as your system needs to be, hey, parent, we need you to sit in with your own kid until we know that we have designated leaders to be able to do that, and what that looks like. And
Yeah, as volunteers in the rooms, please communicate with the point person, with the leader, the kids pastor, director, whoever that is, so that they know what happened during that time, because then thankfully it's not on you, but it's on us to then have the really hard conversation sometimes with parents of, like, listen, we love your child so much, but we unfortunately are not equipped for what their needs are. And so here are our options, and hopefully you can come up with a few different ones, whether it is having the parent be the one-on-one in the space, or, you know, setting up a different room for them, whatever it is. But hopefully you can come up with some different options for a hard conversation like that.
Awesome.
Because it's tough.
all right, last question.
Okay.
And someone said, can you please repeat the FAME acronym?
Oh,
So as we
well, I have it right
as
here.
we sign off, well, let's go through that one last time.
Yes, it stands for family. So you're asking questions like, do you have brothers or sisters? What are their names? You know, that kind of thing. Activities, so like, do you play sports? What's your favorite thing to do? Memories, what's the best vacation you've ever been on? What's the thing you like to do on your birthday every year? Whatever type of memory. And then entertainment, what's your favorite movie? What's your favorite game? Anything that has to do with entertainment. Yeah.
Love it. Awesome. All right, guys, well, that'll conclude our live portion here. So you're actually going to be now taking a quick break, and then you guys are going to go into your team lab session time for session 2. And then following that, you guys are going to go have your lunch portion. And we will actually be back at 12:30. You're going to start your third video, and then we'll be back with you at 12:45. So we'll dismiss you now from your live, do your lab session, have lunch, and then we'll see you for live session number 3 at 12:45. So have a great session, guys.
I hear us.
Good to go.
I hear you, but I don't think your music is there.
I'll turn that off. Yeah, thank you. I think I hear us. Good to go.
I hear you, but I don't think your music.
Hey everybody, welcome. Those of you who are tuning in. We're getting ready for the youth session here, youth live Q&A. In about a minute, we'll get started. But thanks for jumping in. All right, we're half an hour from lunch, Mark.
I can already feel it in my body.
I feel the energy in this chat right now. All the people tuning in, they're ready. They're hungry, literally. You know.
Yes.
So.
Agreed. Totally agreed. I'm gonna go.
What's
real quick?
What's anybody having for lunch? Any good lunch setups? Let us know, so we can vicariously through you guys. We'd love to know.
That is a very important question.
Yeah.
Very important question.
Yes. Oh, we got a little Subway.
I'm curious who's healthy and who is just like.
Dustin's having Subway. So
Nice.
here's my go-to Subway. I love the tuna at Subway.
Oh yeah.
I really do. Guilty.
Really underrated.
Yeah, they make a mean tuna. I mean, for whatever reason, I feel sick every time after I eat it. But I think that's more the bread than the tuna.
You're probably right. It's probably not that no one has eaten the tuna since the last time you were in that Subway eating the tuna.
They're like, sir, just so you know, this is 3-year-old tuna. I'm like, not a problem. Put it on there. Double it up.
I do love a chicken salad or a tuna salad or something like that for sure. I'm a mayo guy, so I can get into it.
There you go.
Yeah, my go-to at Subway is always the spicy Italian.
That's good.
They always try to trick you into like, well, I don't want to lose our Subway sponsorship, so I won't badmouth Subway.
That's true. That's true. I love a good Subway.
Yeah.
Welcome back, everybody. This is session 2 live Q&A for youth track. We're so glad that you guys are with us. Hopefully you enjoyed the first part of your session there.
Jamaican food just popped up in the chat.
Someone's having Jamaican food? Okay, well now I'm really jealous. That's definitely going to beat our lunch. But, just as a way of a reminder during this time, feel free if you've got any questions that you want to discuss, go into further things that you'd love follow-up on, you can do that in the chat or via that phone number down there, and we'll monitor that, and we want to hit on stuff that matters to you guys. So
That's good. So we'll go ahead and jump right in here then. So you identify through this session, you identify 3 main questions that kind of help frame the idea of, okay, how should we be thinking about when students first walk in those first 5 minutes? Just to reiterate them, just in case they're like me and didn't write them down, because I don't take notes when these things happen. It's, do I want to be here? Do I belong here? And is something meaningful happening here, right? So I don't want to rehash your conversation, but I do have a couple of, I think, continuing questions. And then thankfully, we do have a lot of great questions coming in here as well. So what would be some common like insider language or patterns that could signal to students that that this isn't for you, that it maybe is just, so like what, maybe thinking of those questions in the opposite direction, so to speak, what would be some things that that could have that opposite effect where it's like, oh wait, this is just an insulated, I'm not welcome here.
Yeah, the do I belong
that
here
maybe
question.
happen unintentionally.
Yeah, the do I belong
Like
here question.
if someone's walking in and we're like, we don't know you, you need to leave, red flag. But what about some of the more subtle things?
Yeah, definitely try not to like immediately say to a new visitor, get out.
Yeah.
that is definitely a communicating you don't
Now,
belong
if
here.
they're like a 40-something person, you don't know them, and they're trying to be a teen,
we don't want them to
just
belong
use
there.
discernment.
Yeah, that we did not want them to belong. Yeah, I would say insider language, like inside jokes are a big one. So community's awesome, and again, we talked about this in the first session, but if the way that you talk and the communication that you use and the jokes that you use are all referencing insider moments and things that this other person can't relate to. Like a big thing you're trying to do is create opportunities for them to relate. How do I make them feel like they are also a part of the group, even though it's their first time or first few times? So when you're like, hey, remember Winter Retreat 07? Man, that was a blast. And oh, remember you did this? And they're kind of sitting there. And we've all been in those insider conversations and jokes that you feel like, okay, I'm not sure what everyone's laughing at, and I wasn't there, so this doesn't seem funny, and I don't know who Johnny is, you know? So really thinking through, trying to, in conversations, hit topics and create conversations that can include people. And as youth leaders, what I would say is you have to model pulling in that new person into the conversation, because your other teens are not gonna, it's not gonna be as natural for them, right? So modeling, steering the conversation in such a way, or if I'm talking to you as a teen and you're kind of going in this one direction, like you're talking to me about something you care about, but this kid I can tell is dazing. Yeah. How do I connect it, you know? So you're like, I'm a huge Patriots fan. I want the Patriots to win this Sunday. And I'm like, yeah, me too.
Very hypothetical.
Yeah. I'm steering, I'm going, so are you into sports? Do you watch that? No, I'm not. Okay, boom, red flag. Let's get it away from this. Let's get it to something. Well, what are you into? Well, I'm into drama and creative arts.
Yeah.
Oh, that's awesome. Like, do you do any you know what I mean? So really being intentional about helping steer the conversations away from insider jokes, but to stuff that they can immediately connect with.
That's good. What does this idea of belonging look like for our more introverted, maybe more socially awkward, more like I'm thinking some of this stuff isn't easy, but it's easier for like the outgoing kid that shows up. And I'm not just talking about new kids, I'm talking about our regulars as well. Mm-hmm. How would you think intentionally about introverted kids, socially awkward type students? How do we connect with them to feel like they belong as well?
Yeah. So one of the things that I would say about this is kids that are introverted and socially awkward is going to be way more common now than it's ever been.
Yeah.
Just because of technology. And I have this kind of love-hate relationship with technology in youth ministry, because I think we need to leverage it because it is the reality, but I also think it's super dangerous and harmful potentially. So what I would say is I think you can do stuff like this. You can actually leverage. One of the things that'll help people feel more comfortable in communication and interaction is via technology, right? So if you've got a kid, for example, like they may not want to sit down and look you in the eye and have a one-on-one conversation, but if you invite them and go like, hey, we're all playing Mario Kart or we're playing this video game, like, you want to come play? And as they're playing the game, as they're interacting digitally with something, then they'll start having a conversation. It's like, because they don't have to look at you in the face now. Yeah. They're doing something, an activity, and you're like, so man, tell me about like, what's your family like, you know, or whatever. So that's one tip. Another thing you can do regarding the technology piece is there's all sorts of like different games you can do throughout the thing where they text in answers and it'll tabulate scores, and different games that you can look up and research that. So it's a way of leveraging the phones.
Yeah.
But it's taking it a step further and not making it just about the phone. Yeah. So you're trying to facilitate, you're using technology to then go beyond it and facilitate some community. I find that really helps draw out those kids that maybe are not going to be running around like, hey, what's up, man?
Sure, yeah. So. And that one of the questions that just came in too, some of that addresses this, but I'd like to keep having this conversation. What are some ways for people who are new to the space to walk in and feel comfortable in the space that they belong here? I think that technology piece is a good one. Like anything that they walk into and they're kind of naturally comfortable with that allows them to engage right away versus kind of like standing at the wall observing what's going on. So like you said, a simple game system or something. And honestly, like they make those digital like I can't think of what the term is right now, with simulators where it's like 8,000 games in like a $20 system that's like all of the old Super Nintendo games back in the day. Those things, I mean, if you're like, I don't have $500 for a PS5, get one of those emulators, that's the term I was looking for, a game emulator that's got like 8,000 games on it, and they can play Super Tecmo Bowl, and you know, and then guess what? Your adult leaders are like, oh yeah, you know, they're able to connect with those students because they, you know, those sorts of things as well. What are some other ways that we can get first time or new people to feel engaged with the space as soon as they walk in? Any suggestions?
Yeah, so a big suggestion on this would be to designate key leaders and this is the next level is key students to partner together to find those kids, and we would designate them via space and role. So we would have some people that were like, hey, your job is you're the greeter, right? So you're not moving around the space. As people are coming in, you're how you doing? Welcome. We would have first time, do first time bags and stuff for first time guests. And I talk about this in the video, but having something that they get to open that's a little bit of a mystery. That's like, oh, I wonder what's in this thing. That's cool.
That's good.
Versus we did this for a long time, but versus just doing the snack bar coupon or whatever. So we have leaders and students that are partnered there, but then we would position them around, and I talk about this in the video, position them around the room. So having ones that are like, okay, you're going to be around the seats. If a student goes there, find that student and try to engage them. And ideally, like the next level of this is hand them off to another student. So if you're working with a leader student, and this is where having like some sort of a leadership kind of apprentice program or training program is awesome.
That's great.
Because this is the kind of stuff that you can do.
Yeah.
So spreading out, having different areas, different responsibilities, and it's like no child left behind. Like we're not gonna let a kid be on its own, be disengaged. And that may mean a one-on-one, or it may mean, depending on the kid, trying to bring them into a group setting. The difference will be if they can make some sort of connection or friends with other students. That's it. That's what they need.
Yeah, for sure. Yeah, a leader relationship will only take feeling belonging so long. Yeah, there's got to be some peer.
I used to think that's all you needed. I used to think if us adult leaders do our job and build relationships, that's all you needed. But I've realized that's not the case. In fact, that's far less important in a kid's mind when it comes to comfortability than if they feel like they have another friend at youth ministry.
Yeah,
dude, they're there. They'll come,
for sure.
That's
good. In fact, you'll see even your busiest kids. Like I used to love when students would come after like a sporting event, and they'd be still like in their uniforms, but they wanted to be there because that's where their friends were, that's where their peers were, and so like even your busiest kids, if that relational connection is a priority for them, they'll go out of their way to come and join you in your space. Just to add to that as well, don't underestimate the power of food in your space to like connect people that don't know what they should be doing. Like, and it doesn't have to be like, we got pizza every night for our kids. Like, it could be simple as putting candy out on the tables, putting pretzels out on the tables, things that don't really cost a whole lot. But there is something, I mean, this is why churches are known for like, whenever we gather, there's some sort of food involved, because that's just a natural sociological thing. When we're sitting down and eating something together, if I don't have something to say, I can pop some popcorn in my mouth or a pretzel in my mouth, and I still feel like I'm connected to something and doing something with the other people that are present.
The one other thing I'll add to this is don't make the mistake. Sometimes what ends up happening is, as youth leaders, we do the initial thing. So let's say we see a kid sitting by themselves, and we're like, all right, I'm on this. We go up. They're super awkward. They don't seem like they want us there. The conversation is like so impossible to have. And after 5 minutes, we're like, all right, man, well, have a good night. And we move on to somebody else. Don't do that. Like, we would say, like, do not leave that unless you can hand that kid off to another environment, to another student or another adult leader that fits them. So maybe you're walking them over to where the video games are, and now they're engaging then. Okay, you can hand them off. If you can't hand them off, your job is not done.
Yeah.
You got to keep battling and fighting for that kid, because they're going to act like they don't want interaction community, but they 100% do. They're just trying to protect themselves from the rejection that they're afraid of. And so don't make the mistake of doing a little 30-second, 1 minute interaction and then being like, okay, well, my job's done. This is so awkward. Let me go find another kid. You know?
That's good. We had a great question that came in related to this belonging piece as well. So for a youth group that's maybe heavily dominated by like all boys or all girls, I don't know which youth groups are heavily dominated by boys. I've never had that experience in my life, but I'm sure that it does happen, because the reality is that when you're dominated by the girls, the boys find out and they start to come. But anyways, or maybe even culturally and things like that. Do you have any suggestions for how do we help and all sorts of people, or how do we even help maybe address some of those shifts when it's heavy one way or another and making it comfortable environments? Because I've definitely seen youth groups before, and I joked about it a moment ago, but like where they walk in and there's like 35 girls in the room and there's like 2 boys in the space.
Yeah.
How do we help them navigate that space?
Yeah, I think this comes down to having a great adult leader team. So your adult leader team is going to be the first piece of facilitating the ongoing growth of a specific gender in your youth group. Because what ends up happening, there's like a tipping point, right?
Yep.
Where if you got all girls and a boy comes in and they're looking around, I know you made the joke about, but actually in today's culture, it's probably the opposite now, because boys are super
Terrified of girls?
and more awkward than ever. Like some of the stats on even college age, men, and so I think there's a tipping point there, and so we have to our work is cut out for us as, like, let's say male leaders, to go out of our way when we see those guys, to connect with them, to bring them together, to try to facilitate relationship and friendship, and really relationally winning those first 5 minutes, and setting up opportunities for the boys to connect outside of just that Wednesday night with like a guy-only gathering, you know? And so thinking through, like, okay, if you want more boys, then you can't just depend on a Wednesday night.
That's great.
You've got to think through, like, hey, we're going to do a video game night, or we're going to go bowling, or I'm going to have the guys over to my house. All that comes down to great youth leaders who are committed. And once the momentum goes, forget it. Like, you'll be fine. It's a tipping point, you know?
That's awesome. What a great suggestion. So thinking creatively, not just of the space or the night that something's happening, but the different ways in which we gather has to be intentional to be able to strike some of those balances and create some health. Because ideally, to some degree, your youth ministries should reflect the overall culture of your church. Now, I know in Christendom in general, it tends to be, as far as attendees go, it does tend to be female heavy, which I think is sometimes where you start to see some of that too. But just because guys are MIA in a lot of ways as it relates to spiritual things, though that is starting to shift as well, which I'm grateful for. But yeah, thinking, you have to think intentionally then, okay, if this environment is not producing what we want to, we need to create some scaffolding that supports what we need so that we can then begin to transition them to these healthy large group gatherings. Yeah, that's good.
And the one piece I would add to this too, which, by the way, Christy, I saw commented, she said, we're dominated by boys, so, which is interesting. Yeah. So, but either way, so in Christy's situation, they're dominated by boys, or if you're dominated by girls, you need to have those opportunities built in ahead of time, so that when a student, like if you're trying to reach boys and a boy shows up, you can say to them, like, so for example, let's say, hey, once a month we do a guys hangout, and it doesn't need to be big or elaborate. Like, it can be simple. If you got guys that play Minecraft, you can be like, hey, once a month let's get together and we're gonna play Minecraft together or something. You can then say, so when a boy comes in, if I'm doing something once a month, he comes in, I go, hey man, actually next week or in 2 weeks or in 3 weeks. The worst case, it would be you get to say, dude, last week we just did this cool thing, we're gonna do it again. And it's not a hypothetical. You're not going, okay, there's a boy here, now I need to find something, but you actually have something to invite them to, and so they know there's more happening here.
That's good.
So that's a big thing. Plan for the growth you want before it's there.
That's
not
good.
Waiting and trying to react.
That's good. That's good. Really tough question that came in, but I think a really good one. What do you do if you have a teen in your group that genuinely doesn't want to be there, and maybe your parents are making them go? How do you navigate that season with that student?
Yeah. We had a lot of this over the years. It actually happens less now, unfortunately, because parents are less likely to force their kids to go to youth ministry. That when you and I were first starting off, that was more the norm. It was like,
or it was punishment for that kid. Oh, that's it. You're going to the youth group now, and you're like, really? You're using us as punishment for your kid right now?
Yeah. Exactly. So, what I would say is these are obviously difficult situations, but it comes down to the relationship, and more than I can tell you, I saw those stories where the kids who didn't want to be there got connected, built a relationship, and that was it. Like, and their parents would come in almost in tears, like, oh my gosh, thank you. Like, so those are the kids that especially we have to work hard to and connecting them with adult leaders, but also connecting them with students. The next level to this is to building in a system where you connect with them outside of youth ministry. So if they get a text, and maybe it's a group text or whatever your policies are, but if they get a message or a text from an adult leader, this is what I say, like level 1, an adult leader going like, man, it was great having you, like we'd hope to see you next week. But if they could get that from an adult leader and maybe a student, like,
Yeah.
hey man, it's James, I met you on Wednesday, like it was so good to meet you, hoping maybe you'll come back next week. That makes such a difference in that kid feeling like, wow. So trying to remember their name, learn their name, message them, communicate, connect with them outside of that week, having some sort of like a follow-up process.
Yeah.
And as student-led as it could be, it's
Yeah.
even better.
Yeah, that's good.
That will open them up and be like, maybe there's something. That's the whole thing of, do I belong here, but also is there something meaningful happening here?
Yeah.
They're like, wow, this is different
That's
than
good.
what I'm used to experiencing, you know?
Yeah, and I would also add to that, don't run away from those conversations with that student. Find out why. Like, it's okay. It's okay to hear maybe some things you don't agree with as it relates to their perspective. All that is going to be helpful as you navigate with any of your students, but certainly for those students, because that student may be forced to be there, but there may be others that aren't there that feel the same way that could really influence how you do ministry, why you're why you're doing certain things that you're doing. And so lean into some of those conversations, because then at that point too, that student is feeling heard and
Right.
genuinely, that's another level of care. Like, I want to know why you feel uncomfortable here or don't want to be here, or, and then oftentimes, or more often than not, when we had students like that, it unlocks a depth level of conversation that really gets at some serious things.
Yeah.
Whether it be issues they have with faith, whether it be issues they have with their parents, and it's not really the youth group or religion that they have an issue with. It's because it represents their parents and their things that they've got issues with, and then the second piece would be, I know my proclivity sometimes was to try to insulate our students from a student that didn't want to be there or was acting out. Don't underestimate their heart for their lost peers as well. Thankfully, we've had some great leaders in our youth ministry that were intentional about pairing up a very disconnected young lady with another student, putting them in a room at a retreat that you would think, oh gosh, it's going to be a disaster for both of them, and God, the Holy Spirit did something so beautiful in that student's heart in just coming alongside and seeing the deep need in this hurting student that has created some really cool things.
Yeah.
And it takes time, long amounts of time sometimes, so don't give up on that process too early, because a lot of times those students are anticipating you giving up, either proving the preconceived notion they already have, where, well, like, if I do this long enough, they'll eventually abandon me again, like everybody else kind of a vibe, or you don't have the longevity necessary to reestablish that trust.
Yeah. A couple other things you could do with those difficult students that don't want to be there is, like, think through, we talk about in this video the idea of, like, we want to celebrate first-time visitors, guests, but you want to do that in a way that's not embarrassing or calling out people, like, like, hey, why don't you stand? Some kids will love that, but a lot of kids will not. So, and the other thing I would say is, as you're having conversations with them, you could even ask them something like, hey, is there something I could do to make you feel like a little more comfortable, or to make, or to make tonight feel less awkward for you? Like, do you want to sit with me? Would that help you make you feel, again, to your point, making them feel heard? And then if they're like, yeah, actually that would be nice. You're saying, I understand your situation. I understand you don't really want to be here. And I'm going to try to make it as best of an experience for you as I can.
Yeah. A quiet, apathetic, seemingly disconnected kid doesn't necessarily mean that they are internally. It may just all be defense mechanisms. It could all just be...
They're really scared of being rejected. They're really scared of not belonging. They're, all of those things.
That's good. So we've had a couple of questions that have come in too related to this belonging and want to be here. Specifically, maybe the belonging question, the second one here, as it relates to cliques. How do you navigate cliques within your youth group?
Yeah, cliques are. There are going to be sub communities within your community. Like, it's not always a bad thing.
Okay, that's good. Yeah.
So, you're going to have groups of people that like to.
There's just going to be certain affinities that are drawn to each other.
Because you typically, I mean, a lot of our youth ministries now have 6th grade through 12th grade. Guess what? 6th graders not really wanting to hang out with 12th graders, and certainly 12th graders not want to hang out with 6th graders.
Yeah.
So there's a missional element to that. But so having some different groups is fine. That's not a bad thing. We want to work to build community, and community doesn't mean that people don't have smaller groups within the bigger community. So I would say it doesn't always mean it's a bad thing. You can kind of assess and see. Where I would see it being a bad thing is if there ends up starting to become competition, starting to become drama, starting to become hostile behavior from one group to another. Those are some red flags. So
people feeling left out, pushed out, I can't join you.
Exactly. So if people are not acting un-Christ-like, then it's not a problem that we've got a group of 7th and 8th grade girls who like to spend time together, and the 7th and 8th grade boys like to do. That's fine. We don't have to feel the need to like, no, we have to force them all into one thing. Like, that's fine. As when people start doing things that are un-Christ-like, what we mostly have to fight for is people that have not found a space to connect and belong. And the more that people own the youth ministry, the more that you're going to see that community. Because if it's a 7th grader and a 12th grader that both feel like, man, this is our youth group, guess what? They're going to work together at wanting to make it better. Yeah,
I would also be intentional about challenging the influencers in that group versus addressing a whole group and implying this isn't healthy. Because again, them being together isn't necessarily the unhealthy part. It could be the intentional or unintentional alienation because someone's like, I can't fit in with that group. I don't have anything in common with them. So invite to the next level some of those influential kids in those groups, because typically there's still going to, even within any clique, there's some influential people, and put on their radar to invite. Notice when you might be isolating yourself from the other groups, or even identify times throughout your gathering together where there is times where it's okay to be together, but at this point now we're gonna be all together doing some things, and then creating some language and some mission and discipleship around the importance of sharing our relational faith with people who are different than us, and the significance of that in Christ, and how it's communicated in the Bible, and different people together under one common. We just want to learn more about who Jesus is and love him to the best of our ability and things like that. Like, it's crucial to understand we're not monolithic in our relation in how we live out our faith, but we are in who our object of our faith is.
Yeah. If you can tap into a couple of key student leaders and put the mission of God in their heart, you're gonna do away with this being a problem. Because one student, like I've seen this in my own children's life, a student, let's say their parents make them go on a youth retreat or to youth group for the first time. They're so nervous, they feel like they don't know about anybody, they don't have friends. One kid going up and saying, hey man, we're all going down to the snack bar, like, do you want to come with us? It changes everything. Like, all of a sudden their whole disposition changes because one person tried to include them. So that's what we need to create. But it won't just happen. We got to be intentional and having conversations with, hey Mark, we got this new guy coming, like, could you guys make sure and work hard this weekend at this retreat to try to like really include them and touch base? Like, you do that, forget it. That kid's in for life.
That's good. Let me, in the same conversation with our last question here, let me shift the perspective of the conversation to adult leaders being a part of the team. How do we function as leaders that make potential new leaders feel like I can be a part of that team, or I want to be a part of that team, versus I can't break in with them, they're so tight, or they're so whatever they might be, or I don't want to be a part of that disaster, whatever it might look like.
This is, I think, the most important element to a healthy youth ministry is going to be your healthy adult leadership team. And I know I talked a lot about the key is getting student involvement. Students don't get involved if you don't have great leaders. And so as a leadership team, you have to mirror the culture that you want to see.
It's good.
You want your kids to be in community and be friends and feel like family and connect. They have to look at the adult leaders and go, man, these guys are close. Like, these guys really love each other. And so for me, a lot of my investment and time and energy was spent cultivating in the adult group what I wanted to see in the students. And so are we spending time outside of, like, are you as an adult team spending time together outside of your Wednesday night or Friday night service? If the answer is no, if you guys only ever see each other for an hour or two, you're not going to build the relationships that are needed to mirror and feel like family. And if that doesn't exist, guess what? When a new leader comes in, it's just going to be a job.
Yeah.
It's not going to feel like I love what I get to do.
Yeah.
And so when we in our youth ministry, like, I think one of the things that I was the best at was doing this. And we had adult leaders. Other ministries would be like, how do you get your leaders to do all that they're doing? And I'm like, I don't even have to ask, because they love it. We're a family. And so we're hanging out before group starts, and guess what? All the kids leave, we're hanging out after.
Yeah.
We're spending time together. They're coming over to my house. We're doing leadership meetings once a month. We're spending time together. So really being intentional about creating that, I think, can change the culture of your group.
Awesome. All right, well, we're going to shift gears here now. You're going to break for your lunch break. We got about 40 minutes built in. Hopefully that's enough time for you to eat. And then we're recommending that, actually, we've got 40 minutes built in here, but we're suggesting then a half hour they come back to watch their first video. So feel free to eat while Jared is teaching in his first video or finishing up whatever it is that you're doing.
The video is best served while eating. So,
I have found that's the only way I can tolerate Jared's teaching is while I'm eating. And then we will see you again for your next live Q&A session at 1:30 with us. So enjoy lunch and enjoy session 3, where you'll be talking about building weekly engagement. Thanks so much. We'll see you guys in a bit.
Hello, everybody. Welcome, welcome. Hope you guys
doing
are
well.
fed.
Yeah, I hope you had a good lunch.
You certainly did.
I did. I really did.
You had a stromboli. It
I was
looked
gonna say,
pretty good.
what was it called again?
I wish I ordered
Stromboli.
it as soon as I saw it.
It was delicious.
It's nothing worse than ordering something and then someone else gets something and you go, man, I made a mistake. So that's what I felt today.
All right.
But hope you guys had a great lunch. Welcome. This is our kids session number 3, live Q&A. So if you are here for something else, you're not here at the right time. If you are here for kids, you are here, and we're glad you are. And we're gonna get started here. As usual, if you guys have some questions that arose during the topic, maybe some conversation even throughout the day or after you've watched the video today, you can put it in the chat, in the YouTube chat, or you can text that number that's on the bottom of the screen, and we'll get that. We want to hit stuff that matters to you. So as we're going along, please do that, and we're excited to dive in. So session 3, I wanted to start off with a question. You talk about the idea of shifting from entertainment to encounter, and why that's so important in kids ministry. And so I wanted to say, like, what are some things that involving today's kind of culture and where we're at that you would feel like make that such an important shift that needs to happen in our kids ministries?
Yeah. Well, I think I may have said this earlier today, even that we're never going to really be able to engage them like the video games they play or YouTube influencers or whoever else they're, looking at on a day-to-day basis. But we have the power of the Holy Spirit. And so we have something so much more valuable to offer them. So yes, having a great time together and engaging them in certain ways is important, but we have something that the world does not. And so really honing in on that and figuring out ways to invite them into the presence of God is what is so important. And I think I said in the video, there's so many voices in our culture and there's so many different things that they're listening to, but they have to learn how to hear the voice of God. And so as leaders in their life, spiritual leaders, it is our job to help teach them and then practice spiritual habits or spiritual disciplines. And so one of those things is to quiet ourselves and listen for God's voice. Is that like super exciting for a kid to hear? We're gonna sit quiet and we're gonna listen. No, absolutely not. I get that. However, the more you do it in your space and the more you talk about it, model it, show how it's done, make it the norm, they're gonna catch on and they're gonna get it. And then you have children recognizing that they've heard God's voice, because a lot of our kids will say, I never hear from God, or he never answers my prayers. And they have to be kind of coached and taught, no, do you remember when you prayed for this thing and that happened? God did answer your prayers. You maybe forgot, right? So keeping prayer journals and small groups is really helpful. So having those moments to coach them alongside, or be alongside them and coach them to show them, no, you really do and can hear from God. And then they start to recognize it on their own. And that's just huge.
Yeah.
And again, something that no one else has to offer. The world doesn't offer that, but we can. And if they start to understand that they can hear from their Creator, like, whew, that's huge. And it, again, sets them up for a lifelong journey of faith that is vibrant and ever growing. If they learn to do it as a kid, my goodness.
Yeah, I
that's
love
huge.
I love that idea. Yep. And the kind of the tone of this whole video for me was it goes back to the reminder of like, kids ministry is not babysitting. It's a foundational piece, and what it does matters. And one of the questions that I had for you is, you talk about the idea of biblical literacy, and where do you feel like the biggest mistakes are made when it comes to our kids ministry and biblical literacy and getting that across? Is there some things that we miss? Is there some things?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think maybe sometimes we think about teaching Bible stories and like, oh, they need to hear about Jonah and they got to hear about, Joshua and tearing down the walls of Jericho, and like think like segmentedly about like stories to teach children, but that's really not our goal. Like, we have to teach them the totality of God's word and how it all fits together and how it all makes sense with what he was teaching us and showing us for now our life here. And so I do think we have to move away from just teaching little Bible stories and helping them connect how it all goes together, which is hard, right?
Yeah.
That takes time and takes intentionality, but I do think it's worth it, and that's what helps children really start to understand and be more fluent in God's word. So yeah,
Yeah,
I think
that's
it's a lot of time and planning.
that's really good. Yeah, it sounds to me like what you're saying too is intentionality in our teaching with a long-term perspective,
Right.
not just a
Yes.
one-off thing.
Yeah, not just planning week to week, what am I going to do, right? And so that's why I do love the resources that the AG has for kids ministry. Is it's mapped out. It's usually a year or 3-year kind of context, and you
Yeah.
see it all mapped out and how it all works together, and then you don't have to do
Yeah.
all that work. You have Bible Engagement Project, you have KidMin Roadmap. These are wonderful tools
Yeah.
at our fingertips that we can utilize and feel good about, okay, this
Yeah.
is theologically sound for what we believe. It's put together well. It's engaging for kids. It has great themes and graphics now, which is so nice. That helps. So yeah, I think being intentional and not being afraid to just again, listen to the Holy Spirit, be Spirit led. That if you're sensing something wrong, just stop and teach on that. If you study, let's open up our Bibles to the book of whatever, and the kids are like, one, they might not have Bibles, and two, they might not know where to find it. Just pause. You don't have to skip through that. It's really okay. You can stop and go, okay, up here at the front of the room, we've got a bin of Bibles. Come on and grab one. Let's take a moment. Let me show you where in the Bible this is. Work with a partner. Let's do this. Have your adult leaders kind of go around and help kids. They don't necessarily have those moments, whether they come from a home that doesn't open up the Bible regularly, or, a lot of our churches don't have Sunday school anymore. And that was a place where a lot of that type of teaching was happening for kids back in my day, because I'm getting quite old. So that was a super valuable piece that I had as a child, the Sunday school, where you would sit with a teacher and you're all at a table and you're opening up your Bible and you're figuring things out. So taking those moments to teach, even in that group setting, I think is very, very important.
Yeah, I think that's great. And reminding yourself, like we said, the value of that time. My kids have been such benefactors of their time in kids ministry, and it's funny because you talk to them about stuff, and they bring stuff up, and you're like, I didn't know you knew that. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
And it's you realize wow, they are picking up more than what we sometimes think
Yes.
that they are.
For sure. Kids
And-
often do.
And I think that long-term approach of we know that you're gonna have kids that come in for a season or come in for 1 week or maybe a month, but the target needs to be, if we had a family that was a part of this church and their kid went through the ministry, what's our goal by the time they get through this, and what things will we want them to learn? And I think that's how you have to really plan to be effective.
Yeah.
Because the other ones will get benefit from it, but the ones that are going through the process are going to come out with a really well-rounded perspective, like you said, of what's the overarching story of all of Scripture.
Yeah.
The stories are awesome, but how do they connect is
It's
huge.
important. Yeah, I know we talked in the video about engaging kids in worship and the message and all those things. So making sure that you have the leaders around them engaged in what's happening too. So there's nothing worse than looking back and seeing an adult chatting with another adult or on their phone, or it's oh my goodness, no, guys, you have to be engaged, or else these kiddos are not going to be engaged either. It's you're giving them permission to disengage. And so make sure, volunteers, that you are locked in on what is happening. If it is a game, go hard and play that game. If it is worship with one eye open, but worship and engage with the Lord during that time. If it's prayer, don't wait for kids to come up to you to pray over them. Listen for the Holy Spirit and go to the kiddo that He puts on your mind or that you see. Maybe they were a little downcast that day and you just want to go and pray with them. Those moments are really important to engage yourself so that then the kids will engage as well. And I always love to point out the relational piece. So during worship time, if they're supposed to be standing and they're not, take a moment to take a breath. If you are someone that is really a high rule person or what's right or any of that, take a moment, breathe, and then go over to them, and don't jump in with stand up, why aren't you standing? Just ask the question hey, how are you doing today? you might find out that something really awful just happened on their way to church, and that's why they're just sitting and disengaged, because they're really struggling in that moment. And wouldn't you want that as an adult? Like, can you imagine being in adult church and you're just taking a moment to like sit during worship and like process something, and some usher comes up and you're like, stand up, we're worshiping Jesus here. So just
Been there.
Yeah, I'm sure you have. So make sure that you're considering just the personhood of that little life. Like that's just so key, and you're gonna get so much further with that child if you approach them relationally, to care about them, and then say, wow, that is hard. Can we pray right now? I know they're singing and you can pop up in a minute and sing with me, but let's pray before we do that. So you're still calling them to engage in the worship time, but you're also recognizing that they're going through something. So you take that moment to pastor that moment and pray with them.
Yeah, that's awesome. When you're thinking about your service as a whole and some of the different elements, you know, throughout today you've talked about game, fun elements, welcoming, relational time,
Yeah.
obviously the content or the teaching, worship. Do you have in mind like kind of a breakdown of like, here's how much time I want to spend on each thing, here's the kind of the flow to keep pace moving.
Yeah.
So how do we make, to keep it effective, engaging, all of those things? Like, do you have kind of a principles that you like to follow, or?
Yeah, I don't know if I have a certain set time, and my team will tell you I definitely don't, because once I get teaching and preaching, I'm like, just blow past any time limits. But there is a nice kind of flow of service that I follow with using the Bible Engagement Project. So we open up with the community building time, then we'll do some type of like icebreaker-y type game. We do worship. After that, I also try to model it, just as a side note, of what adult church looks like. Right, not obviously the adults aren't running around playing games, but as far as the flow of like worship, announcements, kind of those elements that are there in adult church, I do like to put in kids church so that they kind of understand like this is what we do, and when you head up there at some point, like you're going to kind of feel comfortable, right?
Yeah.
With what happens, and similarly once they get to the youth group and what their week looks like too. So, so having those times of from worship, you know, we go into like a video that kind of introduces what's happening. We might play a game or go to a small group to help them do some type of activity that's looking towards what the lesson's going to be about. Then we gather back for the lesson. We have that and a response altar time every single week. And I know that isn't the same for everybody, but I want to encourage you and challenge you to do that. Because if we keep teaching kiddos truth and we keep bringing up these things to them week after week after week, and we never give them a moment to like quiet themselves and listen for what God's saying to them about it, we're doing them a disservice. And so early on in my pastoring, I loved kids camp, and I was like, man, these altar times are so great. Like, I love this. I love bringing kids here for this. And God was like, Julie, like, what are you talking about? You can do that every Sunday in kids church. Like, what are you doing? And I was like, oh man. Yikes, called out. And so now every week there is a moment where they can respond, they can get alone with the Lord and pray and seek his face, because that is so vital. And then after that, we kind of wrap up with another video that wraps it up and go to small groups again. So I just said a lot, right? If you notice, there's a lot of transitions. Yeah. Like there's a lot of moments we are up and down, we are moving, but it really helps, especially with today's child with their attention span, to keep things moving and changing. Different, you know, faces on the stage, different voices that they're hearing, whether it's a video or live. Those are actually really key, important moments, if you can, to have built into your service.
Yeah, that's awesome. Speaking of some of the moments, talk to me a little bit about small groups.
Yeah.
What role does that play in helping you accomplish making that time more powerful, helping the kids connect? What does that look like for?
Yeah, small groups are really important for multiple reasons. The connection of kid to kid, right, peer to peer. We break up by grade, so they're like the same age, about the same age, which is helpful. And so they're in the same place. For that adult leader who's leading them, they don't have to worry about navigating, you know, a first grader and a sixth grader. Like, it's just set up differently for our church. And then I think a huge piece that's really valuable about small group time is that that's where they're talking out and wrestling the life application piece of what they just learned in the lesson. Like, how does this actually apply to my life? What is it going to look like when I go home or when I go to school? And so that adult leader is facilitating those conversations and helping them wrestle through that. They are also then giving testimony about their life and what they've experienced. And I tell my leaders all the time, that's actually really important. Because sometimes as kids, well, all the time, they are concrete thinkers. Like they are very black and white. And so some of them might literally think like, well, that's all in that book. Like all that stuff happened forever ago and it's over. It's like, no. Our God is still alive and well and he's still at work. So we've just taught you about maybe some things that happened way back when in the Bible times. But here's what he's still doing in my life as an adult. He's still alive and active, and this is the testimony that I can share with you. And then they go, oh, okay. And they bring it to like present day. And then, of course, the challenge and encouragement to help coach them through those moments of what has God done in your life lately? I bet you there's something. Let's think about it. Let's talk about it. And so that, I think the biggest thing about the small group time is that life application. How do we help them really start to relate and understand that God is everywhere and a part of their life every day?
Is that something you do every week?
It is.
Okay.
Yep.
Awesome. One of the questions that came in revolved around your idea. You talk about distractions, like removing distractions.
Yeah.
So, what kind of distractions do you find leaders are often blind to?
I think sometimes we just get used to what we have to deal with. So like if it's a multi-use space or it's somewhere that people are gonna like walk through to like get to something, if it's at all possible, right, ask for that to stop. So as adults, we can very easily tune out some of that. Like someone's walking through the back of the room to get to the kitchen to do whatever for after service. But to a child, it can completely derail what is going on, because as soon as they see that movement, they're tracking with it and they have no idea now what you're talking about, especially in those like serious, like spiritual moment times. I'm like, oh no, like that just ruined that moment. Now, obviously God is bigger than someone walking through your space, but if it's at all possible, cast the vision about how important kids' church is. It isn't babysitting. It is leading them before the throne. And so, and safety, of course, too. You don't want people in and out of the space. So I think sometimes it's just distractions that we can easily not see and move on with. And then sometimes it's like, oh my goodness, the kids are really going to get derailed. And then I think the space, too, if there's chairs or tables leaning against the wall, like, yikes, safety moment, you should probably look at that. And that could be a distraction because they want to go over and climb up on that stack of chairs. Or there's just so many random things, I think, that we just don't see anymore. And we talked about that earlier. And I think in the video I said, have a little secret shopper come in and look at your space and help kind of see your service and where things can be tightened up. Could go a really long way.
Yeah. I wonder too with kids, like one of the biggest distractions that maybe we miss is us going too long, or we're more boring than what we realize.
Yeah, that's true.
It's like we tend to think, oh, I'm talking about something that's super interesting, and of course they would want to hear me. And but the reality with kids is like, well, their perception of what's interesting and like stimulating to them is very different. And so even if all the adult leaders in the room go like, no, that was really good, like, yeah, you did a 20-minute exposition on this, and we're kind of blind to the reality, it's like, no, that could have been done in like 3 minutes or 5 minutes or whatever,
Yep.
So
that's such a good point, the distraction of going too long. That's good.
Yeah.
Good.
What about, like, have you thought through the idea of like different learning styles of kids, and like how do we can you touch on that a little bit as far as making that more effective, having that in mind?
Yeah, I think that part of that you can utilize those small groups for, right? And so when you're teaching the main lesson, you're obviously doing auditory. You can have maybe some pictures or some graphics on a screen, or even if you have to hold something up that helps the visual people. And then once you're getting to maybe that small group, sometimes whole group you can do it, but it's a little more distracting probably. But if you're in a small group and you give them something to work with their hands or do with an activity, then you're hitting the kinesthetic. So you're hitting all the different types of learning in different ways and in different venues. That is really powerful and important. I love prayer response times that are tangible, like they're doing something, whether you put out like pipe cleaners and they're like making something, molding something, clay or Play-Doh, writing something. Post-its are your friend. Like giving kids a
Yeah.
post-it at the end of the service and having them write or draw, right? Because a lot of them don't necessarily write or draw something that God is speaking to them and stick it on a wall somewhere or stick it on a cross or whatever. Those are really helpful moments to hit a lot of different learning styles. And maybe some kids really just need to talk it out. Well, small groups. They're going to be able to talk it out. They're going to be able to process out loud because they're going to head to small groups next, right? And so you're building in all those moments.
Yeah,
Yeah.
I love that. Obviously, this topic can seem to be more applicable to like kids' church versus a nursery, or. But any thoughts on how to apply some of the principles here to
Yeah.
like the younger ones, the babies, the
Definitely.
you know, which we've talked about matters.
It does matter. Honestly, before a child ever learns why they're worshiping, they just learn to worship, right? So like if you have worship music on in nursery, and there's plenty of stuff out there that's engaging visually too for them, but they're hearing it and they're maybe hearing you sing along, like they're learning the principle of singing to God, of worshiping Him through song. And so they don't necessarily understand it yet, but a
Right.
2-year-old can certainly repeat words or loves a certain beat to a song and always goes back to that one, right? And so I think for those younger ages, it's less about like, oh, are they really understanding this? Well, maybe not, but that's okay, right? That's really okay. Even in, elementary, sometimes they're singing the words of worship song, but they have no idea really the depth spiritually of what they're saying. There's a funny meme out there about like, kids singing it in kids' church, like, oh, a certain song, and then the adults are like, yes, yes, Lord, like, because we get it. We've been through so much life, and it's like so much more meaningful to us now as we're singing it. And so like that's okay. It's okay that, a 5th grade boy is not like wailing as he sings Waymaker, but you are, because you've seen him make a way. Like, it's really okay. And the same for like pre-K. The fact is they're declaring truth, and we all know there is power in words. If God spoke the world to existence with words, there's power in what they're saying, whether or not they understand it. And they will get to the point of understanding. So don't neglect worship in nursery or a toddler class. Like, still do it. And there's some great stuff out there. There's a fun little song about fear, get out of here. And like, that's perfect for a 3 or 4-year-old who's afraid of the dark, right? And parents have told me they sing that every night as they go to bed.
Or a 40-year-old who's
Yeah,
you
or
know, a little afraid of
40-year-olds
the dark.
too.
I'm just not going to say names, but
Sure, of course.
no, that's great. I love that. Talk to me a little bit about, this whole day has been about kind of practically how do we improve, how do we get better, and how do we be intentional. But how do we balance the idea of trying to be really intentional but not chasing perfection? Because we've also talked about being okay with some messiness and
Yeah,
some.
that's
So,
true.
what are your thoughts on that as a team? Of like, what does that balance look like for us?
Yeah, I think we do have to acknowledge that, right? It's not going to be perfect, and that's okay. I think holding ourselves, though, to a standard of excellence is important, because what we are doing is really important, right? We are helping to form the spiritual lives of children. So, like, that's meaningful work. That's kingdom building. Like, that is important. So, like, don't be like, well, it's not going to be perfect, so we don't have to like put too much into it. No. Like,
Right.
I do want us to really care about this and really put a lot of time and effort into it. At the end of the day, too, though, it isn't about being perfect, and it isn't about being the best, but it's about being relational and noticing the different kids and tracking with them. So I think that, I guess, and maybe what it looks like is having different people on your team who have those different skill sets in the right place, right? They're in the right role. And so that's going to be huge, I think, as a team, to identify like who is the one that is really good at organizing, making sure we're on track. Well, let them kind of do that. Let them come up with the order of service. And then who's the one that's like really emotionally intelligent and can really just see different things. Allow them to walk in that and point things out to you. Who's the one that is creative and is going to be super silly and come up with great games and do skits and all that. Let them do that, right? I think sometimes we try to just expect that our volunteers are going to do all of those things, and they might not be able to, and that's okay. But utilize those people who have those giftings to then teach others to do it on the team, and then maybe just kind of hold that space in your kid's church of like, hey, Pastor Julie, this is what I noticed today, and I wanted you to consider it. Again, don't tell me about it, right? Don't tell the leader right then, email them or call them the next day. But I think opening up that availability to your team to speak into some of these different things is really, really valuable, that they have some ownership over it.
Yeah, that's really good. We had a question come in about helping kids who seem to be really negatively influenced by their peers or people at school or whatever that looks like. And that's obviously not unique situation, right? It happens in kids ministry, youth ministry.
Yeah.
So what's some things that we can do, ways that we can think about, like really leveraging our time with them to go beyond?
Honestly, the first thing that came to my mind is that the time that we have with them isn't enough. And so if it's possible to like create a space or a time or a day or I don't know what, maybe it's just connecting with the parent of that child, but creating a different time to talk through and actually spend some time on what they're going through, I think could be really valuable. Because on a Sunday or even midweek, service, like you do have a flow and you do have all the other kids to consider. And while that one might really need some time to unpack something,
Right.
you might not be able to. So either having someone on your team who's available, like, oh, now you're tapped out, you're not running a small group, you're doing this with that child. If you can, great. But I think it might look like a different time and a place with parent permission, of course, and however that looks to be safe, please do that. But yeah, I think it might need to be at a different time.
Yeah. One of the other things I think that's helpful for leaders next-gen leaders, we often feel the pressure of wanting to produce a finished product. And this goes back to the conversation about short-term versus long-term. And we really want to see these kids be like almost fully formed little mini disciples. And the reality is that I think we don't need to determine exactly when they're going to fully give their heart to Jesus. I mean, he didn't even do that with his disciples. Like trying to pinpoint exactly when they were all in is a very difficult thing. And I don't think, the pressure to do that, we can do altar calls and we can do raise your hand if you want to accept Jesus. But sometimes we get so focused on that stuff because for us, it's like we can check a box. Like 100% of our kids gave their life to Jesus tonight. It's like, okay.
For the third time.
For the third time, right? And we also present it in such a way that's like, do you want candy or do you want to go to hell? It's like, yeah, they're going to choose.
Please don't do that.
Right. That's not even the point, though. Like, the whole thing is a process. It's a discipleship process. And for some of these kids, like, we have to be okay with that. We have to be okay with a kid showing up one week and they're seemingly having this impactful moment. And then the next week they come and they're acting like they're demon possessed. It's like, that's okay. You know what I mean? Like, we're looking for the long-term transformation that happens.
Oh my goodness.
And that's how we measure success. It's through our faithfulness. It's Jesus' job to provide the fruitfulness.
Yeah.
And so don't be discouraged by that. Don't tear yourself down or feel like you're inadequate because you've got some of those kids that seem to be wrestling and struggling with they're influenced by, hey, that's part of the process.
Yeah, and that's something I think we know for sure in ministry to children. We may never see the fruit of what we've invested in, right, in their lives. Like, we may never see that in the time they're there from, like, say, birth to 5th grade. But we are, again, preparing and creating that foundation for them to kind of pass them off to youth ministry and then eventually to adult ministry. And so important, keep going. Any chance you can to just get close to a student and speak truth to them about who they are in Christ, do it, because those little moments say more than the preaching. There's something I like to do with kids where we're worshiping and in the song say something like so what's coming to mind is I am a child of God. So I will stand next to a student and be singing and declaring that truth, but then I'll throw their name in there, right? Like, Keon is a child of God. And they look right up at you like, what? What was that? You said my name. I said, yeah, I did. You're a child of God, and isn't that awesome? And so I have little interactions with kids throughout like the day that are, I think, really impactful because they remember those moments that maybe it was a little silly or just out of the ordinary, but I'm declaring truth over them, and I'm challenging them to think about that fact. Like, dude, isn't that cool? Like, God created you. You're his child. You're his son. He loves you so much.
I love that.
And he can go away going, Pastor Julie sang my name today during a song. That was so silly, but like, I hope meaningful to him. So
Awesome.
little touches, personal touches go a long way, I think.
Very cool. Julie, thank you so much. That's going to conclude our live Q&A here. For you guys, for next step, you can take a quick break now, and then you'll jump into your lab session time. And then really important, the last session is a all-together session. There's not going to be a video teaching for that. It's going to start live. So really important that you guys tune back in at 2 p.m. That's going to be our all-together live session. And for that, we'll be together. We're going to do a live conversation about the topic, and then you'll break for your lab session at the end. So you guys take a break now, jump into your lab discussion for session 3, and then session 4 will start sharp at 2 p.m. We'll see you guys then.
All right, I think we should be.
Hey, welcome everybody. Welcome. Session 3. We're a minute or so early, but glad you guys are here. Those of you who are on, this is our youth session, live Q&A for youth session 3.
Hopefully they had a good lunch. We're in that dangerous territory now where they've eaten, lunch is settled, they've watched some amazing content, had a great conversation.
Right.
And now
But
they
now
have
fatigue is coming.
to engage.
That's why I have this coffee here. I made this just for this. So if you see a coworker starting to sleep, give them a slap, you know?
Now is the time to stay engaged.
Scream in their ear, whatever it takes. All for one, one for all.
Scream in their ear. Wet Willie.
Go to the classic Wet Willie. You know, my daughter recently discovered the Wet Willie.
Oh
And
my gosh.
one of my personal pet peeves my whole life has been the Wet Willie. I find it so disgusting.
Horrible.
It's horrible. And she discovered it, and
And her little
Man.
finger's probably so small,
Oh,
it goes halfway to
gosh.
your brain.
dude, yeah, it's the worst. If I could erase her memory in one thing, it would be the Wet Willie.
How did she?
I don't know. I'm sure one of her little friends found it out, or someone.
The
So,
Wet Willie.
Yeah, but
Okay.
all right.
Well, it is 1:30, and hopefully, if all of our youth group leaders are not on, they will be jumping in here soon. So we just had our third session. Was talking about how to keep students engaged, and you kind of broke it down into 3 big sections: know your mission, know your team, and know your audience. I already got some questions coming. Oh, this is just
Not yet. Get
okay.
me set up.
Sounds good. Thank you. All right, so again, we'll kind of walk our way through those 3 sections. Not that we want to rehash the content, but we have some good questions that have come in for some of these areas. So I want to talk about mission here at the beginning. So when leaders say discipleship is their mission, but the things that they actually are doing, whether it be their calendar, whether it be the actual programming, things like that, when there is a disconnect between those 2 things, in your experience, what is typically creating that disconnect? Why we say we're about this, but the things that we're doing seem off, even if their intentions are good? What creates that disconnect between programming and mission desire? And if you have any recommendations for how to unify those things, what would you discuss?
I think most often it's just we just get into routines. It's just stuff that we've done. It's tradition.
Yeah.
So it's like we either inherit things or we've done stuff that worked for a long time, and the routine of ministry, like the habitual nature of it, of week in and week out, is like sometimes it doesn't afford us the opportunity to step back and look at things and assess them and evaluate all the things that we do. And you know, I can't remember the book that it's in, and it's probably in a bunch now, but they talk about like taking that 30,000 foot view opportunities and not being so focused, you know, on the myopic like little things that we do, like how do I make this service great, and what events are we going to do, and how do I get my calendar set up. And it's like we don't take the time to go like, well, should I do those things, or am I missing something, or are there, you know, we talked about like duplicating efforts and things like that. So I think that's the biggest hindrance, is like just not taking the space to step back and evaluate, and really honestly evaluate.
Yeah.
So, and that becomes harder when we have sacred cows, when we have stuff that we really love or stuff we've done forever, or someone else loves it and we're like, man, this is gonna be a tough one to kill, you know?
Yeah. One of the places I think I saw that show up so much more vividly for you and I is when you started doing launch with New Youth Ministries. And so this was for groups that were just wanting to get something going. It was easy for us to be like, yeah, these are the conversations would be like, these are the things we need to have. We need to have worship. We need to have, you know, teach about, and we don't know how to do that. We don't have the teams. We don't have the people for it yet. And it was a very easy conversation with them to say, well, where are those expectations coming from? And usually it was their own experience or what they knew was being really successful down the road at another church or what they saw online. And so when you're starting something new, it's easy to be like, there's no expectations other than how are we going to create a disciple and what elements do we have what tools do we have at our disposal. But for an established group that's been around for a while, to your point, we were like, well, we've always done this, so that's why we do it. And we feel like we need to do these things without really having clarity, both for the point leader, but even also for our volunteer leaders to understand why are we doing the things that we're doing. And sometimes those volunteer leaders' perspective can be really helpful in having us ask those questions like, oh, but why are we doing those things? And having some clarity around it. And I'm not saying get rid of everything, but we need to understand how to be intentional about what we're doing and why we're doing it.
Yeah, and I can't tell you, like in the years of me doing full-time youth ministry, the amount of times we changed things and tried new things.
Yeah.
I mean, we shifted and did Sunday morning services for youth. We met on Sunday nights. We met on Wednesday nights. We met on Friday nights. We changed the order of how we did stuff. Like, culture is changing at a pace now faster than ever before. Also, teenagers change. The culture of our church changes. The effectiveness, our team changes, right? So we've got to be willing to be adaptive and be willing to try new things. I was just talking to a lead pastor the other day, and they're trying a kind of a new approach to youth ministry. And I was like, hey, I don't know if it's going to work, but I love that you're willing to try it.
Yeah.
And so that kind of perspective of always be assessing is really, really important. And some stuff will not work. It'll be a dud. But that's okay, because what we can guarantee is if we do the same thing forever, it will definitely be a dud.
Yeah.
Like, so the ability to adapt and assess, I think, is huge.
And my guess is we as leaders are way more sensitive to something that's a dud than a student does.
Right.
I mean, they may think, oh, that was lame, that was weird, but then they move on.
Yeah.
Whereas, like, we are thinking about it for the next, month and a half. Like,
Absolutely.
oh my gosh, what were we thinking? That was a terrible
sure.
idea. Why would I tape forks to my kids, right?
That was a mistake. That was a bad game.
So what sort of questions should we as leaders be asking then when we're thinking about adding something new to our discipleship strategy? What should be our thinking processing?
So we've talked about, like, the goal of the mission of all of us is to make disciples. And we've talked before, the next step of that is to say, what's my strategy?
Yeah.
So every youth ministry needs to have a discipleship strategy. And the way that you come up with a discipleship strategy is to say, let's define a disciple. Mm-hmm. So and we can come up with some objective measurables, right? But here, if a teenager went through my youth ministry, here's what I'd like them to look like, or the things I'd like to see in them as they graduate, So it could be simple things like they have their own faith as defined by they're reading their Bible regularly, they have a prayer time, or they're pursuing community, they're actively trying to be a good friend to other people, or invite, whatever kind of the measurables that we want to see, and they don't have to be overly complicated. So once you have that, then the question is, how are we going to get there? So if we know what our target is, now what's the strategy to get there? And that's different for every group, because different groups you have a different amount of time available to you. If you're a volunteer leader, that's not the same amount of time as a full-time person. Okay, what's our space look like? How often are we meeting? So once you know where you're trying to get, then you can build the system and assess, does everything that we do help us get to where we want to go? Mm. So if we have, we've got 2 times a week that we're meeting, what are we doing during those times? Do they help us accomplish this goal? And everything you should do should be very strategic and intentional about getting you there. And you don't want to have things so if everything is the same type of vibe, like everything you do is a large group gathering, well, then are you missing some small group elements, or some if everything you have is just biblical teaching, are you missing fun elements? Are you missing community building elements? So I think that's what helps you, that discipleship strategy is what helps you filter through and say, okay, do we need to add something, take something away? Are we doing multiple things that are all the same? They're just duplicating efforts, and
that's good.
It's all through that filter.
So let me take what you just mentioned and maybe extrapolate it into some other environments that'll be helpful for our volunteer leaders to understand. How, if you were a leader, volunteer leader, how do you think differently in different environments, or should you, from a large group gathering to how do I show up in a small group, or even how do I show up at an event? Should we be thinking differently about those missional environments? Maybe I'm leading. I'm suggesting we should. What are your suggestions for how to?
The answer is no.
Okay.
The answer is no.
The same every time.
Yeah.
What? How should we be showing up and thinking as it relates to those different missional environments?
Yeah. I love that. That's a great breakdown. It's a great way to think about it. Is we have our weekly gathering, we have small groups, and small groups, by the way, you can build into your weekly gathering.
Yep.
That's a great way to take up leverage.
Yeah, I feel like I don't
opportunity.
have another night to do something.
Right.
Yeah,
You
find
don't
some-
need to build it in, and then events. And that could be retreats. That could be just within your own
Camps,
youth group,
convention.
camp, convention. We try to provide those opportunities, and yes, all of those should be. I mean, another one that I would add that I think is pivotal is missions trips. Those were a part of our discipleship strategy. Our goal was that every kid that came through our youth group would get to go on a mission trip at some point before, hopefully multiple. So how do I leverage each one of those opportunities to get the most out of it was our perspective. So the perspective of the youth service was we want to create spiritual moments to encounter God. We want to create opportunities to get community, to connect students with each other and with leaders, right? That was our service. For the small group time, it was we want them to wrestle through, so it was deeper about connecting with God, but it was also really, I would say, priority facilitating a relationship between adult leaders and students with each other.
Yeah.
So how do we go deeper in them connecting? Well, one of the ways you do that is through spiritual conversation, which is the point of that. And then for these events, things like camp, convention, missions trips, we really leveraged those for two things. It was relationship and God moments. So there's something that happens when you step outside of the routine, when you're spending a couple nights in a hotel together on long drives, or even if you're in another country like a missions trip, where relationally God does stuff. And that's why it's so important for your youth leaders, adult leaders, to be a part of those things, because those are where those life-changing relationship moments happen.
Yeah.
And then the other piece was those God moments of really making, when those two things are combined, like God spoke to me, God did something, and there's a uniqueness in those environments that people tend to have those God moments because they're outside of their norm. You have more time, all of those environments. So that's kind of the perspective that we would.
Yeah, no, that's helpful. How does a leader shift their thinking from I'm here as a chaperone or as security to I'm here to partner in the process of disciple making?
Yeah, well, this is why I first would encourage when we're taking advantage of our trips and making the most of those. Like for us, we really wanted to leverage our leaders that are here week in and week out. Like we want you to be on our trips, because those are like a supercharged relational opportunity, and they're gonna help your week in and week out so much more. So what we're trying to target, like, okay, those leaders are with a group of students that we really want them to go deeper in our small groups or in our week-to-week service times. And so leveraging that opportunity, and we'd kind of go into it like saying, hey, pray for the students that you're responsible for. Look for opportunity to pray with them. Look for opportunity to have spiritual conversations. Find the kids that are disconnected, like if they're sitting in their seats when everyone else is responding, go after them. Mm-hmm. Like really take that trip as not I'm hanging back, making sure they don't kill each other, but I'm here really looking for relational and spiritual investment moments.
That's good. How can we then also help take those moments and bring them back with us? And how would you incorporate those into some of your regular weekly engagement?
Yeah, I think one of the problems that happens in youth ministry is we feel the need to reproduce what happens at a big event or a camp setting or a missions trip and feel like that has to happen every week. And I think that's a mistake. Because those events, like the way that I would describe, people come to, like, let's say youth convention or camp, and they're like, God does some incredible things, and they'll come up and be like, thank you so much for doing this, and God moved. And I always say to them, like, your kid had an encounter with God because of the work you put in week in and week out. Like, we just set a table, but you're the one who brought the student in, and because of your discipleship work, the grind of that work, God really did something cool and spoke to them. And it can, the event can feel like the mountaintop, but it's actually not. The mountaintop is that week in and week out daily discipleship.
Yeah.
The event is, it's in some ways the fruit of it, you know, where you get to see it. And so that's where I think the difference is the event is not the goal. The event is the fruit. The goal is every week, week in and week out, like loving and serving.
I love that. That's a great way of thinking that I don't think is the norm for us.
Yeah.
It's like we're trying to keep them connected so we could get them to the mountaintop.
Right.
And from rhythm to rhythm or rhythm, which then for us as leaders can make those in-between times feel a little more mundane as we're trying to build to something versus how do I take the gasoline of a big event or something and let it burn in a healthy way through our normal rhythms of life, which is what life is like, right? Because all of a sudden now, as soon as these teenagers become adults or young adults and they're not going to these events any longer, they have to sustain their faith. And yes, there are opportunities for conferences and things like that for adults, but those become much more the non-norm than
Right.
So.
And we know as adults, like in our own faith, if we're honest, you don't always feel it. Like your faith is not like I'm on 100% high all the time, and every morning I wake up, I just can't wait to dive into my Bible and spend 3 hours reading God's word and praying. It's like, yeah, you sometimes have those moments, but that's not always the way it is. More often than not, mature Christians, what they do learn how to do is to have discipline in their life, and they learn sometimes that your walk is a grind, and there's beauty in that though. Like, and so I think we also need to teach teenagers that it's like it's not always. Emotions are a beautiful thing. God's given them. Those moments are a beautiful thing, and God's given those to us. But what's also beautiful is that grind. It's working through. It's going like, yeah, sometimes you're gonna read your Bible and you don't feel like it.
Yeah.
And the idea that I don't want to do it because I don't feel like it's like that's not true in anything in life, right? How often do we feel like doing healthy things?
Yeah.
How often do I feel like getting up and going to work? But I still have to, or else I'm not gonna have food on my table. You know?
Yeah, absolutely. So I know the next section is technically Know Your Team, but I've got some good questions that's come in for Know Your Audience, so I'm going to pivot to that question real quick.
Let's do it.
So as it relates to this generation is the most overloaded generation, whether it be through technology, whether through media, whatever it is. So they're constantly being bombarded. How do we communicate? The questions a couple that are coming in are being asked. How do we not necessarily compete with that, but how do we preach and teach the gospel without compromising our message, knowing it's probably the most distracted generation that we have had, and how do we keep them engaged? What are some solutions that you have for, again, not necessarily competing with, all of the bombardment, but how do we know our audience well enough to know how to communicate to them?
Yeah, I think, things like social media and stuff can be an asset in youth ministry. It's a way of sharing information. It's a way of making connection. I mean, we have a social media account, so digital stuff is great. But I do think there's a mistake in thinking that that's the answer. Mm-hmm. So you think as a youth ministry that the secret sauce for you is that you're going to become the best influencer, social media, digital person. I do think that's a mistake, because I don't actually think at the core, like, and I talk about this in our video, right? We have a generation who's the most connected and the most lonely. So is the solution trying to become the best at the connection, the digital connection? No, I don't think so. I think that actually the solution is trying to help the loneliness piece. And I'm a core believer that that can happen digitally, but it really most happens like life on life.
Yeah.
And so what if instead of saying let's try to be the best version of what the world offers, which to be honest we're not going to be. Like, are you going to be more entertaining than their favorite YouTube channels? Yeah. Are you going to be more entertaining than the TikToker?
No, we're not saying don't fill your youth room with Orbeez up to their waists.
Right. Would that be a fun youth night? Yeah. But that I think what we have to say is, how can I be what they're not getting in those spaces, And that's real, genuine community.
Yeah.
And and maybe I'm now the old guy that goes, here's what. But I do think at the end of the day, it is like life on life, being in person with each other and having genuine community. I mean, that there's something deeply spiritual about that and how we're made to be and connected. And so I feel like we can leverage that stuff, but at the end of the day, like keeping our focus on providing what the world can't oftentimes.
Yeah.
You know?
I think some of the fear, and I don't know if this was directly related to some of these questions or the intention behind what they were asking, but I know that I have felt this, and I've talked to other youth leaders who feel like, if I'm not preaching to our kids whenever we gather for 20 minutes and giving them the gospel, then I'm compromising the gospel. And I think what we're suggesting is, in this idea of knowing your audience, you don't have to water down the gospel. Say, instead of preaching a 3-part message tonight to our teenagers for the next 35 minutes, how about I really drill down deep on one principle that I really want them to get, and I connect it to the practicality of their life and what does this look like lived out. And then maybe that only takes 15 minutes, but then we break up into small groups and we discuss it together so that they can begin to apply it to their own lives and flesh it out, versus kind of leaving them to figure it out on their own. And then how do we give them some sort of ability to respond right there to it, and whether it's coming up for prayer or whether it's writing something down or drawing a picture or solidifying the idea in a way that it's helpful for them to express it, because this audience is an expressive audience and they want to be producers and they want to be, contributors and things like that. And so it's not watering down the gospel to not preach at them for 35 minutes, I don't think.
No, not at all. And when you think about discipleship, it's like, what's the most effective way of discipling? Teaching audibly is a part of it, but living life with people is so much more. Like, think about your own kids. And just recently I had this experience with my neighbor who I've been trying to disciple for a long time, and they just recently started coming to church. And I'm having he's shoveling his driveway, I'm shoveling mine, and I go across because I was finished, and I'm talking to him, and he starts talking about some things, and we're talking about money and the kind of the struggle of economics. And I started sharing this story with him. I was, like, what I realized, here's something that God was saying to me. And I was sharing with him about a struggle that I had that he had also had, and what God had said to me. And he was like, man, that is so true. Like, it is so easy to put our hope in having more money or having more stuff, And I walked away just with another realization of, like, I could have sent him a sermon on, like, the proper way to think about money, or I could have done a teaching and invited him to, but that moment was so much more effective and powerful because it was life on life relationship, sharing a conversation where I was, like, expressing something I was going through, and it was so much deeper and more impactful. I think we underestimate that in youth ministry.
Yeah.
Like, if all you do as a youth leader is show up to your Wednesday night service or Friday night service, you're missing it. You will not be effective. You have to figure out how you as leaders can be and spend time with these kids and demonstrate what the gospel is in your own life and how you're living and how you talk and what you share about.
Yeah, this may be a little bit of what you just said, but I'm hoping maybe you can unpack it a little bit more. I've gotten a couple questions. You had made a statement, which I think is a really good one, that some people are looking for some clarity on, and there was the notion of give them something that they're not getting elsewhere, right? What is, unpack that a little bit more, and what is it that, maybe a personal example from your own ministry experience or something that you've seen where, what is it that we're able to give that is different from what they're getting in their schools or wherever else they're at?
I'll give you a perfect example. Yesterday, I went out to lunch with you and another friend of ours, and we've been friends for a long time. And we're sitting at lunch, and we're all talking. And I look over, and there's a table of 3 guys. It was 3 of us. They're all younger. They're probably half our age. Every single one of them was on their phone, looking like this. Not one person was talking to each other. They were all sitting there in silence, looking at their phone for the entire time. Yeah. I mean, I kept looking over at them, and I said to you, I go, look at that. Isn't that crazy? These guys are having lunch together, and they're not saying a word to each other. They're on their phones. What can you do that's different than the world? What if you as an adult leader invited your group of 5 or 6 kids that you were responsible for to go out to lunch after Sunday at church, and you're like, no phones, we're gonna eat and talk. That's different than what they experience.
Sure.
That may seem simple.
Or even just watch families at restaurants.
Yeah.
The same thing, right? Yeah.
Right.
Their norm is we're together, but we're not together.
Right. And it's not that they don't want to be, they don't know how to be, and it doesn't feel safe for them. So being able to do that, like, and have conversation, that is different, and that's so simple.
Yeah.
And it doesn't even have to be out at what does that look like in your youth service? What are ways that you can creatively do that? If a youth leader said once a month, I'm going to do something outside with my kids, like, man, you're going to change the whole culture of youth ministry.
Yeah.
And that's what it takes.
That's awesome. All right, let's shift to a couple conversations here about know your team, right? So for me as a volunteer leader, how do I know if I'm serving in the right place for me? How do I know if I'm being productive? How do I know if I'm being helpful? How do I even know if this is where I'm supposed to be?
Yeah, I think every youth ministry needs to have clear definitions of, like, here's what we expect from every youth leader, you know? And so to be a part of the team, like, this is what it means. You're agreeing to at least this. And then within that, we all should, we have to try to raise our self-awareness to go, like, hey, I'm really good at this, you're really good at that. Where could I fit in that helps accomplish a mission? So when you have your discipleship strategy, you can say, what are the things that we all need to do, and where could you fit in? So if Wednesday night service or Friday night service is one of them, where could you fit into that? Okay, our small groups, like, where could you fit into that? At our events, where could you fit into that? And knowing, like, hey, I'm more administrative or detailed, okay, how can you help us pull that off and elevate that? I'm really good at planning, okay, what does that look like? You're great at being our personal touch for parents, like, how can you help us? You know, so you can find the ways that each person fits in to help the overall strategy and desire of the group increase. I think where people fall short is they don't define what it means to be a leader. They sometimes undersell. They're afraid to say, like, no, this is the minimum barrier. Like, this is too important to allow someone to come in that isn't all in. Like, that's just a reality. And so when we would talk about it, we would make it seem like it's an exclusive club. Like,
sure,
you'd be lucky to join, you know, the youth team. And so I think that's a big problem is we sometimes go, like, just please show up. That's all I need from you. It's like, no.
Or the announcement on a Sunday morning to the congregation, we are in desperate need of leaders with our kids, which communicates we need chaperones, things are out of control, we can't control them, right?
That's right.
Not like, man, we want to have some deep, lifelong, lasting relationships with students. And
right.
Yeah,
the
awesome.
interview, it's like, are you willing to give 20 years to this? No? Okay, you're not on the team.
Awesome. All right, well, we're going to wrap this time up because in 4 short minutes, we're going to come together as kid and youth ministry teams. Now, you may only be meeting with one or the other. That's fine. We still want you here and maybe thinking about how we can have extending conversations after this. So we're going to shift gears for a second. We're going to give you a chance to use the restroom if you need to, get a drink, grab one last munchkin off the table before we transition. And at 2 o'clock, we'll start our 3rd session all together.
Yep.
Sounds
See you
good?
in a few minutes.
All right, give me a sec.
Now I want munchkins. Welcome, everyone. Welcome, welcome. For some of you, I'm sure you just stayed here. So we're
That's right.
glad you're still here.
Welcome back.
Yeah, we're gonna start here in just a minute for our joint all together next gen session.
Do you want to unlock that for me?
Final one of the day. All right, it is 2 p.m. We're ready to get started.
Awesome. So we are so grateful to gather together for this last session, and you may be meeting together with the kids or youth teams all together. Maybe it's just one or the other. Maybe you are both, which we also recognize is a reality as well, depending on your context. But we wanted to bring all of our teams together here at the end to have a really important conversation about understanding how our next gen ministries are connected in an overall discipleship strategy. Because it seems we've had so many great discussions today that focus on our individual ministries, which is essential, but the rhythm I keep hearing over and over again is this is something that is not just for a season of their life, but we want to create lifelong disciples, followers of Jesus, which means it extends past that elementary age into the youth age and beyond then. But then we also have to think about the fact that that is a connected overall strategy. And I don't know that that is always thought through in that way. So I'd love to hear from you guys real quick. Let's start with that conversation being why do we need to think of it in this way? And then we'll go from there.
Yeah, I'll start if you want, Julie. I think for me it's such an important thing because there's a shift happening in the church, which I think is awesome, and it's a shift to be more cognizant of this. And the reason I think it matters so much is that it keeps in mind the long-term desire and strategy of making disciples in a local church. So like when you as a church or your lead pastor, whoever's responsible, thinks about how do we make disciples, and within that we've got families that need to be discipled. How do we do that as a whole? And what I think happened before is there was kind of this siloed, age-specific or could be even gender-specific or whatever ministries that it was like, hey, this is your target, you've got your time, do everything you can. But there was no collaboration, there was no working together, and there was no uniform movement through a journey or through a process, which means everybody was thinking very short-term. You know, I've got them for this time period, this is my, so if I'm in nursery, it's like 2 years, or sometimes just whatever. But the power that comes from in thinking long term and thinking what would it look like for a kid to be born in our church and then to be an elder in our church, like as an adult, and have their own kids, which does happen more than we realize. The power in that, I think, is really, really significant. So if we can get on the same page, the fruit, I think, will be so much more.
That's good. Maybe, Pastor Julie, if you could address maybe the opposite. What are some of the dangers if we aren't thinking of it? If we have more of a fragmented approach, what are some of the dangers there?
Yeah, I think it's confusing. It's just confusing for kids to hear one thing in kids' church and they head up to youth and they're hearing kind of different things, but obviously we're all doing the same thing. We're discipling kids and pointing them to Jesus, but it sounds different, it feels different, so it's like, wait a second, it's just confusing. And then they head to adult church and they're like, man, I don't know. So if we're all lined up and doing the same thing with similar language, like we said, and similar venues that are just age appropriate, that creates the consistency throughout their life. It goes, oh, this is familiar. Oh, I kind of remember this. I kind of already know this, and so it feels comfortable, and I can engage faster if I kind of am familiar with it. That's how brands last in the test of time.
Sure.
McDonald's, Coca-Cola, all those, like they span generations because the message is consistent, and they adjust somewhat, right, to meet different demographics, but it's that consistency. So like, we should do that too in the church. Like, we should be consistent.
Sure. So then let me maybe pose a question in such a way that throws a wrench in the situation, right? We've just spent also the first 5 hours of today talking about new people coming in. So they may enter in 5th grade, in 6th grade, in 12th grade. How are there still benefits of thinking about ministry across Next Gen Ministries, regardless of where someone enters in?
Yeah, I think so. Just for the fact that we're all doing, hopefully, the same thing, right? Pointing kids, teens, adults to Christ. in similar ways, but it's all age appropriate and age specific. So there's a fabulous resource that the AG has put out. It's called The 7 Dimensions of a Spirit-Filled Disciple. And so what it does is it gives us outcomes for each age group. So I'll just quickly read a few so that you can get the feel for it. In preschool, they say preschoolers should know that the Bible is God's message to us. This is all about the Bible. Elementary kids, disciples love the Bible, learn God's big story, and apply God's word. Youth, disciples develop a deeper understanding of Scripture, apply biblical truths and principles to personal life choices, and can defend their faith humbly and wisely. And then the adult, disciples embrace a biblical worldview, pursue the principles for a God-honoring life, and can defend their faith humbly and wisely. So in every stage of life, we're still teaching about the Bible, but maybe the goal we have, or that little check mark of like, yes, they got it, looks a little different. And can a youth come in and not have those steps of believing that the Bible is God's message to us and understanding how to love God's word and apply God's word? Yes, because you're still going to hit those things. Like, you're still going to kind of fill in maybe what they missed out if they weren't in your KidMin, right?
Yeah.
But I think it's still, I mean, it's a beautiful progression, but of course you can hop in at any time too, because we're all still teaching about the Bible.
Yeah. So what sort of shared, maybe I'll start, Jared, with you with this question. What sort of shared language or values do you think are key to having continuity across Next Gen Ministries?
Well, I think the mission that we all share, which is to make disciples, is key. And one of the things I think is helpful, every church, the language that they use could be a little different around this, but creating uniformity and like we're all moving the same direction is really important with this. It's possible that the kids ministry is going to word it a little different than the adult church because they want to make, but there should be like Julie just said, you should see easily the string between every one. And so if you're in kids ministry, you are mirroring what the focus of the whole church is doing. If you're in youth ministry, same thing. Like we're all. So I would say number one, the mission, which is to make disciples. Number two, the language, make sure our language is shared. And number three, as much as you can make the strategies similar to, Julie pointed this out earlier, to where it becomes the norm, so people are used to it. So if you're saying, hey, large group, small groups, and events are kind of the 3 buckets we want to hit on. Okay, well then, what does that look like in KidsMin? Do I have that in YouthMin? So these are conversations that you could have all together as teams and be like, what do we want to include? Like, that would be awesome. With your lead pastor, like, what's your, So I think those are some of the things that I would think through big time that need to be part of it all.
No, that's great.
And I think making sure that every one of those things are hit at every age. So like, again, with this 7 dimensions of a Spirit-filled disciple, it's Bible, Holy Spirit, mission, prayer, worship, service, and generosity. So if I start in KidMin teaching those 7 things, right, and not just focus on 3, then they get to youth, you're still doing those 7 things just in a different way.
Yeah.
Because we know by the time they're an adult, they're certainly going to be hitting all these 7 things.
Yeah.
It just gives us a great
Yeah.
launching point. Because that can happen, right? Where we
Sure.
are so passionate about like worship or something, like we hone in on that all the time, and we kind of let these other areas like fizzle out or become, on the back burner, and that's not healthy either.
Sure. So, Pastor Julie, let me start with you. Help us start now thinking of transition from kids ministries into our youth ministries. What are some strategies, some things that you've seen, some recommendations you would have to help hand off well?
Yeah, that is actually really important. The handoff from one like age group to the next can get a little hard, and so just the reality that we're talking about it, and hopefully now you guys will talk about it as a church, is key. Because if you don't give any thought to it, you're going to lose some. Like, they're just going to fall through the cracks for whatever reason, a lot of different reasons. But so focusing on, okay, how are we moving them from kids ministry to youth to young adult or adult is important. One way that I have heard and I love from Willie and Sahara down in Queens at Next City, right? Did I get that right? Yeah, Next City. They're Next City.
Yeah.
Belrose is Next City now.
Yeah.
What they do is they work together really well. They volunteer in each other's ministries. And so when they move their 6th graders from KidMin to youth, Sahara attends the youth ministry for the first month.
That's
so
cool.
in September, they are seeing her face, right? They're comfortable if maybe they don't know the other leaders. And so they see her, and she then also strategically helps point them, go ask Pastor Willie that, because she has the answers, but like she's going to lead them over to the next leader and help with that transition. transition, they go to camps together. She serves at youth camp and he serves at kids camp. That's a big deal. It's a big commitment, and it's a beautiful thing. The other piece that I had not heard before, but I love that they do, is that year of 6th grade, the kids are able to pick or do both Kidmin and youth, because their kids ministry meets on Sundays and their youth ministry meets on Fridays.
Yep.
So they can kind of do both and have best of both worlds and ease that transition a little longer. I'm like, oh, I really like that. I really like that a lot. So
Yeah.
so working together, volunteering with each other's ministries, certain events, we do kind of like a 5th grade lock-in that's like a last little touch with our fifth graders, where, by the way, I am old. It is not a complete lock-in. I get away with it by telling you 5th graders, well, we lock the church, like we're locked in. I am not staying up all night like you crazy youth people. I can't do that. So we do that, and that allows the junior high kind of leaders from the youth group to kind of come meet with me and some of my 5th grade leaders and have that moment of togetherness to help pass them on to the next people. So certain events, I think you can plan out together.
That's good.
They're helpful.
Jared, can you speak to it maybe on bookend yours? So what is helpful when a student is coming in from kids ministry into your youth ministry? What could be helpful? And then maybe if you could give us a practical suggestion or two as it relates to as they're transitioning out of youth ministry into adult life.
Yeah, so from the kids to youth, the first thing I would say is this is one of the biggest missed opportunities that we do in youth ministry. These are kids that are already in your church. They're already they're somewhat committed. They're part of the kids ministry, and because we sometimes can fumble it or not realize the priority of it, we can miss out on those students really being a part of our youth ministry. And so this matters. It's really important. One of the things I would say is to start off with is we can work together to both accomplish what we're trying to accomplish in making disciples. And here's a practical way of how it looks. In a youth ministry, we should have some sort of an opportunity, some sort of a leadership development process. Maybe it's a leadership team for our teens to be a part of. And for us, part of our discipleship process was always saying, as a disciple of Christ, we're called to love and serve the local church. So what does that look like? Well, for a teenager, very practically, that looks like serving and helping in kids ministry. So we would encourage those mature teens who are going through that leadership process in relationship with the kids pastor to say, okay, we've got this group of teens, how can they love and serve? What's happening now is they're building relationship with the kids. They're learning how to be a disciple maker, which they're in turn being discipled. And now when those kids come to the point where they're transitioning up, they've already got, hopefully, a relationship with not just adults, but teenagers. Mm-hmm. So it's really like a win-win all the way around. The kids ministry is helping you have opportunity to disciple. You're helping them disciple kids, and you're helping that transition feel less awkward and more smooth. So that's one practical way that I think can really be leveraged.
Yeah. Can I also maybe put out there that I think if we do any of this at all, I think we only think about the kids and we forget there's a handoff for parents as well in this process, especially from kids to youth. Yeah. So like in most cases in kids ministry, we're way better at connecting with parents, keeping them up to date. What's the schedule? What's going on? Because we have to, because we don't really have a means to communicate directly with them usually when they're young. And then they hit the youth group and the parents all of a sudden have no idea what's happening, what's going on. What do you mean you have a retreat? What do you mean it's $250? What do you mean? Oh, the kid was supposed to so thinking about, okay, how do we hand off for our parents as well? Not to mention, it's a big transition, especially depending on where your youth ministry or where your youth ministry starts age-wise. The transition from our 5th and 6th graders into high school ministry is a big deal for them. And so reassuring those leaders that we're thinking about what this looks like holistically brings a level of confidence and assurance and understanding they're being considered and thought of, and they're not just being dumped into the middle of the chaos of preteen and teen life. So do you have any suggestions or thoughts as it relates to handing off for parents?
There's a church that does like an orientation, if you will, for like not the whole family, but like the 6th grader and their parents. And so they take the Wednesday, I think it's in like the end of the summer, so in like August. And it is just for 6th graders and the parents to come like experience a night of youth group. And of course they have the older student leaders there to help navigate all that and help those 6th graders feel comfortable. But it also gives the parents the experience of like, okay, they're moving from kids church to like, this teenage world, but they get to experience the service, and so they know exactly kind of what to expect from, that their kids are going to be experiencing, their teenagers now. So I think that's a nice touch that helps parents like get in the room, see the youth leaders, ask any questions, like that's helpful.
Yeah, one of the things, unfortunately I thought about this after I was out of youth ministry, because I'm like, man, I wish I would have done that. But I can't remember, I read this in a book somewhere, and they were talking about how in our culture today we miss out on, we no longer do ceremonies of moving up. Like all throughout culture there's been these kind of ceremonies of going into adulthood, coming of age type of stuff. And so what would it look like if the kids ministry partnered with youth ministry, and you had a celebratory ceremony for all of your kids that were graduating, and you invited the parents out, and you had a meal, and there you had serving, and being a part of it were the leader teenagers that were there, and you honor every kid, and you share some great things about every kid. This way the parents get to hear cool stuff about their kids. It's this stepping up ceremony that is meaningful, and they're getting to get vision casting about what youth ministry is going to be like. It's like they're meeting the youth pastors and some youth leaders. There's clear collaboration and trust and handoff there, and I could see that becoming a really big deal at a church, where it's like we're all coming together, we're celebrating, and I think that could be a really big win, and the parents feel confident. And then in that they can get all their information about the youth ministry. And here's what we do, here's what we're about.
And we don't have to pretend it's not a big deal for those transitions. I mean, if we're having kindergarten graduation ceremonies, why not like talk about the big deal of those big shifts in their lives too, and celebrate. I mean, we live in a culture where I think we shouldn't be shortchanging celebrating as much as possible, because we lament about plenty of things. So let's celebrate what we can. One of the things, Pastor Julie, I love that you do in our home church is even those significant spiritual moments you're celebrating. And I know our youth ministry was starting to echo some of those celebrations and some significant spiritual moments in students' lives as well. And let's just celebrate together. Let's find reasons to celebrate together. And of course, we know kind of the adage, the things that you celebrate are the things that you reproduce, right? So I think those are all great rhythms. So, okay, if we're saying then that it's important to have this continuity across ministries, what are some strategies? What should we be doing practically as leaders to have these regular conversations, to talk about these things? If we've not done this before, or we're not doing it very well, what do we need to start doing?
Well, I think events like this is a good start. Like, number one is changing your mindset to we're all in this together and we're a team. And that starts with like things like training. Like, hey, we're going to commit. So if I'm the point leader, I'm going to commit to scheduling trainings, and I'm going to work together with the other point leader to make sure this is not just my thing or their thing, but let's do it, utilize it together. And that's the heart behind Boost. But if I'm a volunteer leader, like I'm gonna be committed to being a part of these things. These things matter, like opportunities to connect. I would also say building in some opportunities relationally for your next gen team to connect, where it's not just learning, and hopefully today is a bit of both, but there's also relational time. So building into your schedule and calendar, maybe quarterly, there's a gathering where we all get together, we're gonna have a meal together, and we're gonna celebrate the wins that we've had. And so those are some things that I think creatively you as teams can come together and work on, but could be really, really impactful at creating that bond and connection.
Sure. I think that's huge, is the relationship piece, because sometimes it does feel a little like, oh, this is Kidman, that's Youthman. They want that date on the calendar, and they want that money for that event, and like it can feel a little competitive sometimes, but we can't let it. So we have to watch that in our attitudes and our speech and all of that, to remember, no, we are literally here to disciple children, youth, and their parents. Like it's a holistic approach to discipling this body at our church. Like it's all together. So that is really important. So I love the idea of just getting together every once in a while to just talk and remember, like we're all part of the same team, from nursery to youth. We're in this together. And then you said something about wins, and I think that's huge. Like if you keep any kind of stats, which hopefully you do, maybe you do, I don't know, of like salvations, rededications, water baptism, baptism in the Holy Spirit, any of that, share that with your next gen team.
Yeah.
Like, we want to know that. There was
Yeah.
a really beautiful moment, I think 2 years ago, where the youth pastor reached out to me to let me know that this one girl who I had been tracking with in Kidman finally like made a decision to follow Jesus, like
Yeah.
a sincere, heartfelt, this is what I want to do moment. And I had been praying for her for like
Yeah.
years. And so to hear that, I'm like, yes, thank
Yeah.
you, Lord. Like, it's so beautiful. So we have to like communicate and share
Yeah.
those moments, because like, you know, my team was pouring into her for
Sure,
years, and now
100%.
like the beauty and the fulfillment of that decision
Yeah.
is like, yes,
Yeah.
like this is why we do what we do.
Yep. It's that. I mean, that's the biblical principle of one sows and another reaps, and why not then say, hey man, we're all in this together. Let's celebrate together. And then, because you have poured your life into some of these students for so long, why wouldn't you want to help the next group of leaders understand the nuances of that individual? And it's not like gripe session, beware so-and-so, or like watch out for, I mean, maybe it's some of that too, and I think that can be helpful, but you have spent potentially a significant portion of life with them, hand off well to who's going to be overseeing them next, and what can you share with them that will help them connect, and those sorts of things. I mean, it seems like it's, when you say it out loud, it seems like a no-brainer.
Yeah.
But when
Finding
you're
the time.
fighting for, like you said, resources,
Yeah.
people, time,
Hard.
calendar, all that kind of stuff, you're like, okay, I'm on to the next thing, I'm on to the next thing. It can be tricky.
But those conversations are really important.
Yes.
And figuring out, even if it's just point leader to point leader, like kids director to youth pastor, like that is really important to happen, because so much of a kid's backstory really does affect how they, you know, are experiencing life or even experiencing the church. So
Yeah.
anytime you can have those conversations or
Yeah.
sharing, you know, what they're going through before they transition out, I think is helpful.
How can we foster these conversations with our church at large now too? Like vision of the lead pastor, connected to the overall mission of our local church. Any thoughts or suggestions that you can give there that help them realize it's not just a siloed, even just next gen ministry, but it's a part. I've been at youth events where students did not know what church they were there with, because they were there with the youth group, and they maybe only came on Wednesday nights. And I'm like, hey, what church are you here with? And they're like, they say the name of the youth group, but they don't even realize they're part of a bigger community, which I think is where we then start to get some that get lost between the end of their high school into, because they're like, oh wait, I'm supposed to be, when youth group is done, am I done? Any thoughts?
Yeah, I think the language that we use and the strategies that we implement to try to connect with our church and the things that we do. So if you're trying to like connect with parents, or you know, all the things that we've talked about in our strategies today of like new students and connecting with families and stuff, if that can be done in a more uniform or more like strategically together. So if you're gonna do, like I was thinking through, if let's say you're gonna have a welcome event on a Sunday morning or something. It's like, well, what would that look like to do it as a next gen team? You know, and invite families. Like, hey, if you have families of newborns to teenagers, like we'd love to come out and we can share who we are, and maybe you've got your like event information for the different things that are there. And so it's continuing to reaffirm to people like we're a team.
Yeah.
We're all in this together. We do this together in our own unique ways, but we're in one accord. I think that can start to create a culture and present a picture of like, oh wow, this is really cool. This is one thing, not you know.
I think one of the things, just a simple language piece that we started doing that I think helped, is shifting to the idea of youth and family, kids and family. So it's not just like, I'm just here for the teenagers, but recognizing, oh, I'm ministering to their whole, if they're a teenager in my ministry, I'm ministering to their family, or at least I should leverage that relational energy into the families as well. And so, and that extends to your volunteer leaders, not just like if you're a volunteer leader and you only know that teenager and you never walk out of the door to see the parent that's picking the kid up or have any relationship, and especially if they are not families that attend your church, I would highly encourage you, go make a connection, go make an introduction. First of all, they're already kind of trusting you to drop their kid off to begin with, but the opportunity to make a personal connection with the adults in those families is pretty special. You know, you do a VBS all summer, if you miss the opportunity to connect with their families as well, I think that we reinforce the siloed ministry perspective on things. Yeah.
And I would say our heart in the network is to try to mirror that as well. That's what we're trying to shift to.
Yeah,
is
yeah.
For us as a next gen team to really feel like what we're doing is intentional and as a team as well. So we're kind of going through this in our own way.
Yeah, yeah.
You know.
Yeah.
So what are some? So how do we measure? How do we assess our ministries to see if we're doing? Maybe we know whether we're doing this intentionally or not. But let's say we are. But we want to assess our success in ministry continuity across. What are some metrics that we should be assessing? Because yes, I know it's not just about nickels and noses, as we like to say in big church. But what are some things that are healthy markers that we're doing this well? That and or maybe saying, hey, we need to pick up some slack in these areas.
I mean, I think you can obviously measure the number of kids that you have graduating a program and how many translate into the new program. So
Sure.
if it's kids to youth. Another way I think you can measure is talking about parents and things like that is the communication piece.
Mm-hmm.
So a lot of times, like the kids ministry will have a communication strategy that's completely different than the youth, and it doesn't have to be exactly the same. But to be honest with you, I can dump on youth a little bit because I was a youth pastor. A lot of times the kids one is way better than the youth one because youth workers are like they're wanting to hang out and have fun, and so parents get used to one thing, and then they get to youth ministry and it's like crickets, or like you talked about earlier, it's like now it's like, oh yeah, the only way you can get information is to rely on your 12-year-old to tell you, and there's like, okay, well that ain't gonna happen.
Yeah.
So creating continuity in the communication, like is there a drop off or do people still feel connected, and that you can find that out by asking parents, having some sort of a survey, and so those are a couple of things that I think that you can kind of measure.
Yeah.
Or even freeing yourself up as the point person for conversations at drop off or pickup with parents, because I think that's really important too. So, a survey is fine and definitely have their place, but also sometimes just those personal touch points with a specific parent or group of parents is helpful too.
Yeah.
And I can tell you, having kids in youth ministry now, it's like the perspective changes. I remember doing youth ministry before I had kids, and I was like, what's up with all these parents?
What's wrong with them?
They don't trust us, or why are they
we don't.
complaining? And then you become a parent and you realize like, oh yeah, it's so having those conversations and getting a different perspective and like awareness of the things that matter, and then doing that in conjunction with your kids team and youth team, I think is really helpful to create a really smooth, effective transition.
That's good. And maybe just one closing thought on this idea. I'm also proposing that we should be doing something to keep track of continuity across. I think because like our kids usually have like built-in check-in systems, it's easier for us to grab some data and statistics. But a lot of times in our youth ministries, now some have access to it, but not all use them. In fact, I guess most of them don't use some sort of check-in for their older students. So we lose track of some of that data. So find creative ways to have them check in, because then those are great touch points when someone does disappear. Oh, so-and-so hasn't showed up. And it may be as simple as, oh, they're in volleyball in the winter and we haven't seen them because they have games on Wednesday nights. But again, what a great check-in point. Hey, we haven't seen you. How you doing? Oh man, you've got games going on. Blah, 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 all those sorts of things. And so being intentional about finding out that data, I think helps us foster what we're doing, why we're doing, all those sorts of things.
And that's simple. If you have a check-in system for your kids ministry, which hopefully you do, you can just use it for the youth ministry. They just don't print a tag. They don't make you wear a tag.
See what
your
allergies.
parents don't have to pick you up. But it's the same. It looks the same.
Yeah.
There's continuity. They're walking up to a
They're used to
table with an iPad. They type their name in. They're good to go, right?
Yeah.
And you can incentivize that too. You can do a little giveaways.
Random drawings from
random
the
drawings.
There you go.
Yep.
You get I know youth groups that do prize things, like if you check in this amount of time.
You guys gave an iPhone away every week, right?
Every week we'd give an iPhone. Yeah, it was super expensive.
Their youth group got real small.
Yeah. Instead of inviting new friends, they started not allowing friends to come. So it was totally
Kids
backfired.
have 6 iPhones.
Yeah. One kid walked away with a lot of iPhones.
Before they go and have some discussions amongst their group, any final thoughts? Maybe something that we didn't address that you were hoping to make sure that we said about continuity across ministries. It's fine if we addressed everything. Nothing wrong with
We
that.
did. We solved all the problems. So.
Yeah, every problem solved. No, just an encouragement to. I know today could feel like maybe drinking from a fire hydrant, but if there's some simple things that you can over a long term implement and think through, and some simple wins, and you as a team getting together and digesting this stuff even more and working through it, I think is going to be a win. And what your ministry can look like a year from now is night and day different. So don't underestimate what God can do in an extended period of time.
That's awesome. Well, we do have intentional time built in now for you to have some of these continued conversations. There's some questions in your journal, but this is the last touch point for today. The three of us will be joining you guys anyways. Also, don't forget, all of the content will remain in that Google Drive. So if you had leaders that were not a part of today's event, but you want to get the content in their hands, please do. If you think it would be helpful, if you only watched one track or another, you have access to the content for both of our youth and our kids tracks today. These are great resources for you to continue to use. Our gift to you guys is just being a part of this.
We will be editing the live sessions up
Yes.
and adding those probably in the next couple weeks. They'll go right into the Google Drive as well. So before we dismiss, a couple last things. So if you're looking, we talked about events, community opportunities, all that. We've got some stuff coming up for both of you. Youth convention's coming up in April. Registration is live for that. You can go to nyyouthman.com to sign up. And then this summer, we have both summer camp, teen camp, and kids camp happening this summer. And so we want to encourage you to go check that out. It's going to be the best week of your summer. So thank you guys for being a part. I hope you have a great last discussion, and we appreciate you so much.
Awesome.
We'll see you.